think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
Oh, Peggy, look at your bridesmaid's hair. And if I shampoo with this, it'll wash the body out.
Silly, don't wash out body. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It's got more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Dreamy body.
Looks like you're next.
Luster Cream, you've done it again.
Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard safety spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Right, Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach? OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas as low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Angie. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, it's just my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Get your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Welcome everybody. So glad you decided to join me. I gotta clean this bong out. It tastes like shit. Alright. No worries. I'm joined by the late night crew. Sam is here. Liberty Bell is here. The Refiner's Fire is here. Jewish Space Laser is in the building. And oh my God. Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, how lovely are your branches. Oh my goodness. Yes, sir. You need a good cleaning. All right, let's go ahead and pop this thing off. Let's go ahead. Let's get straight into our communion so we can get straight into our program so we can get to work. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flight for our sins forever and ever. Do I not? Where's the worship team? Worship team. Oh, worship team fell. You may drink. All right, that was our communion hymn, the great Amen, and now we're going to follow it up with our communion song. And for today's communion song, I'm just going shout at yours, pull up.
Yeah. She be getting her hair done Tuesday. Where you going? Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who bought the expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, look key? Chi-town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. In the city with the gas roll for you. And I come get you and we play them corners like. No disrespect about me. I'm with the city, so you know about it.
I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Days I'm in the hood like
what it is.
I might slide up on you like
what up, bitch?
Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what
Alright, let's give out some pocket change.
I make the move, but now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up.
It's called Shotagers Pull Up. It's on the Essentials playlist for OG Roddy. I'll drop y'all a link.
And here you go with the same old song on the weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Carl Thomas, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know.
Really wanna let you know.
Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Whoa. What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for ya.
Yeah, come get you and we play them corners like. Sandals was first, $1 million pocket change.
I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you when you playing, no, I had to shout it.
Believe Nerdy Rodent was second. $500,000 pocket change, thank you.
So you know I'm about it. I can tell.
And look at the trees was third. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming as soon as you can.
No disrespect about me. So you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you where you playing. No, I had to shout it.
I'd say don't spend it all in one place, but there's only one place you can spend it. So, there goes that.
Damn son,
where'd you find this? All right, look, y'all. Y'all know it's work time. I'm out here in the office. We're in the captain's room. This is the big room where everybody can come work together. As you can see, we've got the world map here. This is our internet monitor. This is where we plot to take over the internet. When you're taking over the internet, you have to keep a constant eye and a real-time analysis of everything going on the internet. And so that's what's going on here in the captain's room. And of course, we've got the ability to think together even better because we've got this out-of-body brain that we all tap into together. We've got the community brain. The community brain is much smarter than any of us as individuals. Listen, the Gather lore is fucking deep, folks. All right? We're not fucking around. The lore here in this Gather is fucking impressive, all right? Now let's talk about what we came here to talk about real quick today. We're going to talk a little bit about I was wondering, like, first off, I needed something to talk about for today's podcast, and this just came up so easy. Rolled right off the brain. And this whole Kanye West, Nick Fuentes spending Thanksgiving with Trump on his patio has given us so much amazing internet content, speaking about keeping an eye on what's going on the internet, you know what I mean? You know, I got my ear to the ground. I know what's going on in these streets. It's just been fucking amazing to watch. And not only has it been the holiday that keeps on giving, right? Normally you have Thanksgiving, you move on, everybody breaks out the Christmas decorations, and we keep the train rolling to December 25th. But this Thanksgiving, we have so much to be thankful for, and it's like the Thanksgiving that just keeps on giving us new reasons to be grateful because of the shit show that ensued with, you know, putting these 3 or 4 hateful fucktards in the same room. Now, those of you that didn't catch us yesterday, I actually said, you know, come to think of it, those people actually may have been doing them a favor, right? I mean, think about it. If you're part of Kanye's family or Nick Fuentes' family or the Trump family or the Mayanopoulos family, whatever that other retard person's family, you know you don't want them at home for fucking Thanksgiving. Like, come on, right? So technically, them all getting together, having a little hate giving, is that what we call that? Hates giving? You know, shade giving. You know, I'm sure, you know, some people doing Thanksgiving and Friendsgiving. You know, they're not friends. And you know, they ain't thankful for shit. So let's just call it what it was. It was a bunch of hate-filled fucktards getting together to have their own little hate-filled fucktard holiday. All right. And so we should just call it Hatesgiving or whatever the fuck. You know, it's probably what it was. All right. But what happens is afterwards, all of a sudden, there's a ton of backlash for Trump because of Kanye's recent anti-Semitic rants. The fact that Nick Fuentes is a very, very well-known white supremacist. Yeah, tyranny's giving, threats giving, exactly. And so now there's like this whole song and dance as to, you know, be disassociated from these people. And it's really amazing because it's always amazing to see what brings the Republic trash out against Trump. How far does he actually have to go? You know, like when do they at least pretend for a little bit that they've had enough? Now, the truth is, we all know they probably love to get out from under this idiot. But, you know, he's still the power player in the party, so they've all got to deal with him. Not so indifferent to this other fuckface we'll be talking about. But when I saw this sort of dog and pony show they pulled out to sort of throw Trump under the bus and really disassociate from his association with now Nick Fuentes and Kanye, it really illuminated to me the shit that happened with Doug. I don't know why. It just made me think about it, y'all. But y'all gonna understand. Let's watch this footage real here. We're gonna hear the Young Turks, and then we're gonna break it on down for you. But yeah, hope y'all all having a good day. If y'all want to get with us, come on, get and gather. I'm gonna be coding and shit, so we're gonna go ahead and get, you know, to the later work portion of the day or whatever. And start the evening off right, you know, feeling productive, and we'll have some fun tonight after that. I don't know I think my dad might hit me up. I don't know if my dad's trying to play cards or not tonight. I might text him in a little bit if I don't hear from him.
There is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected president of the United States.
It doesn't sound like it based on his monotone delivery, but that's Mitch McConnell firing some shots at Donald Trump over his recent dinner with white nationalist Nick Fuentes. And he's warning that keeping such company within the Republican Party can, well, he's claiming it's gonna hurt Trump in a presidential run. But in reality, he's concerned that it's hurting the Republican Party. That's what's really going on here. Now, Trump, for his part, did what he does best. He attacked Mitch McConnell. So in an interview with Fox Digital, wow, you're really getting downgraded here, aren't you, Trump? He called the GOP leader a loser. He says, Mitch is a loser for our nation and for the Republican Party, who would not have been reelected in Kentucky without my endorsement, which he begged me for because he was going down. His well-financed opponent had $93 million ready to spend when I drove him from 2 points down to 21 points up in a matter of
My God! It is more plausible to be like, oh, our dear
I love this chat. Let's all go around the table and say what we can be hateful of. All right, guys. All right, here it goes. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it, y'all. You know, maybe we fucked up. Maybe we're on the wrong side of this thing. Maybe we should have had a Hatesgiving, you know? Y'all want to try it out next year? Will more people show up? You know, I was actually pleasantly surprised with the turnout for Friendsgiving. I expected it to just be kind of me chilling here ranting all day, but a lot of y'all came through. That was really wonderful. But y'all think that the turnout would have been even better if it was Hatesgiving? Because y'all know James dipped, right? James told us. James was like, yo, I came to chill, but then you had everybody going around and saying what they were thankful for, and that was real cute and everything, but I wasn't thankful for anything, so I left. So James, you know, that's at least we would have had one more if we'd have had a Hatesgiving. James could have stayed. You know, James didn't have anything to be thankful for that day, but I'm sure he had some shit that was pissing him off. Y'all, we have to think about this very seriously next year. See, this is a problem. I thought I had this fucking shit solved. You know, I didn't want to go home and deal with the family for Thanksgiving. I didn't want to deal with the religious nonsense. I was like, aha, light bulb. Friendsgiving was fucking wonderful. I had myself a good ass time with everybody. It was really awesome. So I was like, boom, problem solved. We're done. We're just doing Friendsgiving from now on. We don't even have to worry about this. File this under solved problems, you know? But now y'all got me reconsidering the whole shit. Maybe we should have done a Hatesgiving. Maybe next year we got to step it up with a Hatesgiving instead of a Friendsgiving. So let me try this out a little bit. Woo! I hate religion. Oh! Woo! Oh, yeah. Oh, that felt kind of good. I ain't gonna lie. Let me see. Let me try it out a little bit. Let me try a little bit. I hate Republicans. Oh! It feels kind of good, y'all. It feels kind of good. I don't want to name no names, but I got about 3 or 4 ex-girlfriends I fucking hate. Oh, Lord, this feels too good. Oh, this feels too good. Feels too good. I hate fuckface Doug. Oh, we can talk. That's what I'm here to do today is hate on Doug. I hate fuckface Doug. Man, that fuckface. We had so much potential with that fuckface. And then he turned out to be a hateful fuckface. And now I gotta hate him. And I hate Doug. That felt good. Let's get that off my chest. Whoo. Oh my goodness. I hate it when my family says religious Jesus shit to me. I hate Jesus. Oh man. I hate Sal Cordova. I really hate Sal Cordova. Can we be honest? I hate Sal Cordova so much that I almost love Sal Cordova because hating him feels so good to me. I hate fuckface William Lane Craig. I hate Jordan Peterson. I could keep going. Let me go. I hate most science nerds. Oh my goodness. Can we talk? I hate meetings. Oh my goodness. Can we talk about what it's like to be in a meeting with science nerds? Think about it. A lot of you guys think about this. Be honest, guys. A lot of you hate meetings. Right? Your least favorite part of your job, like the least favorite part of my job is fucking meetings. All right? Now, let's be honest. You also hated what? You hated fucking science, most of you, right? Science was boring as shit. You didn't like science class. Probably your least favorite subject. Okay, let's keep it moving. You also probably hated science nerds. Right? It's why you're not a fucking scientist, right? Like you never were like, oh, hey, baby, you want to go to the movie and fucking go to Lover's Lane and fucking make out and do sucky, fucky. And she was like, yeah, that sounds great. Should we invite those science nerds in our class? No. Did that ever happen to you? No, that never once happened to you. You were never about to throw a party, get some ass, masturbate and splooge all over yourself, go out for a night of drinking, have a family gathering, none of that shit, and went out of your way to invite some fucking science nerds. Now put this shit together, y'all. A disproportionate amount of my job is spent in fucking meetings talking about boring ass science with fully grown ass science nerds. Oh, it is fucking awful. I keep trying to tell them I do science for money. I do not sit around. I don't fucking do science. I can sit around talking to fucking science nerds. What the fuck? Oh my God, I hate it. 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 Oh, by the way, I fucking hate America. Can we just keep it real? I'm not a patriot. I fucking hate this country. I'm not indifferent to this country. I'm not apathetic to this country. I don't kind of dislike this country once in a while sometimes, okay? I have a burning, passionate hatred of this country that is literally work. I have to work really fucking hard to not just spew and rant and rave about my passionate hatred of America all day, every day. Like, oh my God, like I hate the flag, I hate the national anthem, I hate the government, I hate the buildings, I hate the people, I hate the culture, I hate the economy, I hate the justice system, I hate the educational system, I hate the social system, I hate the legal system, I hate all of it. It all sucks. It all sucks. When people tell me they think America is the best country in the world, it makes me want to jump off a skyscraper. Fortunately, I know they're fucking full of it. But if I actually believed them, I would have offed myself a long ass time ago. Because if this is the best this planet has to offer, this planet can go fuck itself. Seriously. Please hear me clearly. If this fucking country is the best this planet has to offer, this planet can all the way go fuck itself. Okay? Okay, what else? I'm feeling a little Uncle Bobby right now, so just in the spirit of the amount of Uncle Bobby I watch, I hate Frank Turek, fuckface Frank Turek, fuckface Officer Tatum, all the fuckfaces at Fox News, the fuckfaces who make all those awful ass Christian movies. Can I talk about the sneaker Christian movies? Speaking of shit that I hate the sneaker Christian movies. What am I talking about? You see a movie with a really catchy title, like, Till Death Do Us Part. You're like, okay, that could be kind of interesting. Okay, Death Ride. Ooh, is that a Tarantino film? I could get behind that. All right, you know what I'm saying? Culture of Punishment. Ooh, is this gonna be some BDSM type of flavoring in a rated R flick, right? And then you start watching the fucking movie and shit, and the people are all fucking sexy and shit, and it's extra vulgar. There's a lot of cursing and profanity. Sometimes there's really, interesting camera work. Can't always say it's the best, but it's big budget. So you're in. You're in. They invested you with the titles and the thumbnails and the cast and the sexy people and the cursing, and you feel like it's raw. And then what happens? About 30, 40 minutes into that bitch, you start realizing the silver lining messaging is sneaking up on you. Little subtle hints towards pointing characters towards God. Maybe a pivotal church character comes into the fucking plot at just the right time. And you go, fuck! They got me. God damn it, they got me with one of those Christian ass sneaker films. I didn't know it was a Christian movie. And they know I wouldn't be watching this shit if I knew it was a Christian movie. So they fucking snuck it in there. They fucking made the shit seem rated R and cool and hip and the sexy people and the profanity and the special effects and shit. I thought this was some real shit. We was gonna get into some real shit. But the whole fucking plot is to point us to that fucked up ass Bible. Oh, the Christian sneaker films. Don't fucking act like it's just me. Don't act like it's just me. It ain't the fucking Nigerian prince, Filipina princess send me your money shit. Y'all have had this scam work on you. I know you've been fucking watching one of these films only halfway through to realize that was some Christian shit. This shit happened to us in fucking Gather. Oh, that shit is embarrassing. Yo, all this hate is wearing me out. This is kind of fun, though. We need to really consider this hates-giving thing, man. Hate's fun. Hate's fun, y'all. Maybe I've been underestimating this bigotry thing. I gotta give it to him. Hate's kind of fun. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it.
Leader, he has literally never bowled anything but a strike. Then in a couple days, he moved the polls 23 points.
Okay, let's people are gonna disagree with me. It's okay. You can disagree with me. You can
Cameron, we're sharing what we hate this year. We're thinking about reforming Friendsgiving to Hatesgiving. We're all sharing what we hate. I hate a lot of, one of the things I hate, the Christian sneaker films. You know that shit's happened to you. You've been watching a movie, you didn't know it was a Christian movie. Oh my goodness, I hate that shit.
Names, but I'm gonna stick
also, let's be honest. I'm gonna give y'all a cherry on top hate here. Now don't judge me for this, y'all. But what I'm about to reveal to you is incredibly personal. Don't judge me. Go fuck yourself. I hate Anna Kasparian's husband. I do. I fucking hate Anna Kasparian's husband. I fucking hate him. I hate him. He's dog shit. He's awful. I actually do think about him a lot. We have a rivalry that he's not aware of. If I could, I'd eliminate him. If I could press a red button right now and he would go poof, he would go poof. Anna, we could work this thing out, baby girl. Don't worry, I'm on my way up. When I get to where I'm going, baby, I'm gonna get your attention, baby girl. We could work this thing out. Now, look, I don't want to have to off this man, so I suggest you just leave him. You know, it'd be better for everybody involved here if you just left him, because if you just leave him, we could just work this thing on out like normal people. But if you don't, then I got to get rid of that nigga. I fucking hate him too.
This point. Because I believe in it.
No, I really hate her husband.
In an ideal world, Donald Trump fails in his bid to become president again. And there's no chance. He'll never be president again. But he's back on Twitter as the country's top insult comic. And he's not a threat anymore. Yeah. Because he's going to have no political power. No, I'm saying in a perfect world. What he says and does
can still result in damage. It's one thing when he's insulting Mitch McConnell, when he's attacking gay people, Muslims, or then it gets a little bit more damaging. But sure, if he was just attacking Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan or whatever, Ted Cruz, fine, I'll take that gladly.
It's so tasty when he does it toward Republicans like Chris Christie, Mitt Romney. I don't care, any Republican, do it, go for it.
Yeah.
Trump again claimed that he had never heard of Nick Fuentes, which I don't buy for a second. I had no idea what his views were. By the way, he still hasn't condemned Nick Fuentes' views. How about do that?
Yeah.
And they weren't.
Also, gang, that's the question of the day. Do you believe Trump's claim that he did not know who Nick Fuentes was? It's actually a very important question. Why? Because, you know, we got friends like Lupin and all of these fuck faces who are still Trump supporters. It's important to continually establish that this fucker is a liar and that he's lying. You know, he wouldn't have been meeting with this fucker unless he knew who he was. This is just all so ridiculous.
Expressed at the table.
Wait, does defend work? Can you actually defend? Does that shit work? Hang on a second. Can you defend yourself against attacks? I didn't even know that shit. All right, Cameron Bennett, try to defend yourself. Does that shit work? I don't think that shit works. Y'all making shit up. Stop pretending. Cameron, try to defend yourself. Defend yourself. Oh, look at Wayne all in here, Captain America and shit. He really ready to just, man, you can't defend yourself. Man, you trash.
Our very quick dinner, or it wouldn't have been accepted.
He's pointing out it's very good. Oh,
Sam, you need Cameron. You need to put them damn bands away and work on your damn avatar defense.
Okay. Oh, it was quick. Oh, so you were with a racist, anti-Semite, misogynist, but it was a quick dinner. It was brief. I mean, they didn't even have time for chocolate cake.
What about the chocolate cake?
I would only be offended if there was chocolate cake.
I heard they have the best chocolate cake in Mar-a-Lago.
By the way,
it's delicious. It's moist.
Very bigly cake.
That was needless. I want to thank him for sending that message and shredding the already transparently ridiculous argument provided by his team as to supposedly why he wasn't attacking Nick Fuentes more. So an article came out yesterday and it was like, the reason they gave, and this is amazing, who says right-wingers can't do comedy, was that
they're getting really good at comedy and we're getting nervous about it.
I'm getting nervous about it. They said he didn't want to criticize Nick Fuentes more because Trump likes to avoid confrontation. Come on! He's got a nickname for everyone.
There was also a story by NBC claiming that the whole thing was a setup to make Trump look bad, and they were really trolling Trump.
Well, supposedly the Milo or or whatever, the pedophile guy. Supposedly he says he did it as a setup to hurt him.
He said that he did it because Trump really let him down, and he wanted to make Trump miserable. But Nick Fuentes is saying that he was not in on it, and he has no interest in making Trump look bad. And I actually believe Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes looks at Trump as his daddy and always has, always will. He never turned on Trump, ever. So like the idea that Nick Fuentes would engage in something that would make Trump look bad. I mean, he lacks any and all self-awareness.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know when the things he does make him look bad. Why would he know that it would affect others?
All right. At this point, I'm just enjoying my TYT. All right, let's wax a little bit about what I'm seeing here. I love how our neighborhood here, our community, whatever you want to call it, is quite often a microcosm of what is going on in the world. And I see us struggling with the same bigger picture struggles that the country and the world is going through, but on a smaller scale, which to me is all that matters. Believe it or not, I know you guys know, like, me and my dad were really into politics, and we love our Cory Booker, and we want to push him to the moon, but we're actually all about local politics, right? And my dad always taught me all politics is local, and he always taught me that the most fundamental key is you need your neighbors, and so I think what we're doing is like the most important level. Like we're at the level of small group, personal interactions, a sort of internet village where we're making a difference in each other's lives, right? And that's awesome. At the same time, though, I think this Doug thing caused I would say, like, the first schism, at least as far as I'm concerned, in our community. And it's all been really interesting to watch play out. And I sort of have to remind myself that in a real way, the whole thing's very unfortunate. Because it's like, it's been a long time coming and it's been a long process, and ultimately it's a source of disappointment. It's, but I realized quite quickly that my concern shifted from being like about fuckface Doug, who I just don't think you can spend too much effort and energy caring about the careless, to being far more concerned with our community's response. And it's like Cameron Bennett always says, like, we're always walking on eggshells around Doug. That pissed me off. We don't call out his behavior the way it needs to be called out. That pisses me off. And then it created a real issue with our friends. And I remember when the whole thing first happened, number one, I really noticed people's response, like the rallying. Like, y'all know, all right, I have a background in social dynamics, right? And so sometimes that shit hits me funny. Like, sometimes I end up like analyzing something or going somewhere, and I don't intend to like overanalyze this thing that's going on in my life. I just notice it and I'm like, oh, really? So anyway, like, just instinctually, I think people went to intervene with like Doug, and a lot of people got responsive to like my interaction with him, which is awesome. That's fine. I called him out, and I'm really disappointed. I was really disappointed that, you know, he didn't respond, you know, that he wasn't more responsive. Let's just say that. But you know, it was kind of to be expected. I just thought it was something I needed to do. But I was pleasantly surprised for the most part with the community's response. But what interests me was I noticed that most people sort of rallied to Doug. And some of that was fine because he's like a bigger content creator, and he's, you know, the stuff kind of happened on his channel and all of this, that. So like, whatever, it is what it is. But it sort of bothered me that so few people seem to take the opportunity to like come talk to me about it. So you find yourself in a weird position where you like do a thing, people have stuff to say about the thing you did, and then you're watching people talk about you who could just as easily come talk to you, and they don't. And you're like, oh, interesting. Again, I'm not mad at people about it. It's just a thing I noticed. And I especially then noticed that some people did come talk to me. And so that stood out all the more to me as like, I don't know, it was like really like meant a lot to me, I guess, like Sean and Nitty. And it was funny because I felt like Nidimos was the first person who sort of said like, well, you know, how many times can you get coffee with Kanye, right? And I don't know. Sean had his own way of saying it. Oh, Sean's was, you know, how many racist jokes can you tell before you're just a racist? And that was where I was with Doug, right? It was the same thing. Like, I was just a viewer, a fan, and friendly with him and whatever else. And then there was just so many things that bothered me. And I was like, oh, okay, I can't just keep doing this. Because if I just keep doing this, I'm just in league with this person who I know what this is what they're about at this point. So I gotta exit. I gotta cut myself off from, you know, this. Like, I can't, this is not for me. So where am I going with this? When they said that stuff at first, to me, I was just kind of like, whatever. I don't give a shit. Honestly, I was like, I said what I said. You know, I'm thinking if we're gonna make some content off it, we'll make some content off of it. But this whole, you know, how's everybody gonna associate with them now game, I really wasn't up for at the time. And looking back at it, I feel like that kind of isn't okay. And what I mean by that is, to be honest, I've dealt with so much racist bullshit in my life, so much prejudice bullshit in my life. I'm on that James Apperson tip. Like, I've just accepted that you can't change the world, and you certainly can't change most people, and you certainly can't change certain people. But I realized that was sort of me, I hate to say it, being a little dead inside and not really like truly reflecting the importance of community in my life and how important it is that communities and friends respond to things appropriately. And I feel like I was almost like checking out in a sense. And so then I did some more thinking, and I kind of checked back in, and I was like, you know what? This isn't okay. Because I realized the reason I kind of had that response was, like I said, growing up, dealing with so much racism. For those that don't know, it's the only black kid in an all-white school. It happened to me actually number of times. So I dealt with a ton of racist shit growing up, just every way you can probably think of. And what you have to get used to, unfortunately, is the acceptance of it. And I don't know what else to say, because there's no way for me to like sugarcoat this, because it's just not okay. Like it's just not okay. But from an individual response level, it can't be on the individual going through it. It has to be on the community. It has to be on this overall structure. It has to be on the village. It can't be on the child. Right? Because what I learned was they're not going to expel kids because they do racist shit. They're not going to expel kids because their parents are racist or whatever. So everybody's just going to deal with it. So unless the community decides we're going to make some hard lines, we're going to really say that some shit's not okay. And if you cross that line, you're done. Until you make it right. Like, that's what has to happen. But unfortunately, it's like, again, and I think me and I know Cameron and probably some of the other people of color feel this a little bit differently. Actually, I want to, Jim, I appreciate what you're saying. I want to get to that in a second. So there's a sense in which, like, if you're a marginalized population and you identify with whatever group is being talked about, you're Jewish and people are talking about Jews. You're black and the issue is racism. You're LGBT and that's the issue. You're a woman and we're talking about misogyny, whatever it is. You're not going to feel like you can really respond to that thing on your own. If you are dealing with a workplace as a woman where sexual harassment is normalized and tolerated, and you don't understand your other career options and shit like that, and you ain't got time for all that right now, like, your ass is just trying to get through your day at work, right? And so when you start to open up or people start to see stuff, you know, people got to deal with it. It can't be on that woman or those women to call it out. It has to be on everybody else to call it out. Because if it's on them, it's like they can't. It's just, they're just one person and everybody else starts making the excuses. Oh, well, he's just that way, or, you know, he doesn't mean anything by it. And, you know, everybody starts with the excuses. And so I realized that that's what was frustrating to me growing up, was I felt powerless because the people that hurt me, the people that were doing these things to me, everybody else just made excuses for, you know, why nobody was doing anything about it, instead of just doing something about it. And so I ended up like, I'm not a fucking army. I don't have disciplinary powers in the school. I can't make this community hold racist fuckfaces accountable for threatening children. But so what the fuck am I gonna do? And so I really appreciated the fact that this was kind of like a wake-up call to me, realizing that I was letting that pattern play out in my life all over again, where this person's clearly gone way too far, but instead of just him being called out, dealing with the consequences, cut off, instead everybody's fucking making excuses like he's too big to fail. Oh, hey, he's a great poker player. Oh, he does really great counter-apologetics. I don't give a fuck. And so what's interesting about this whole Kanye situation, thinking about how our small community is a reflection of what's going on in the broader community, overall, right, people like Kanye, people like Trump, people like Nick Fuentes, we know who they are. Let's just say that way. We know exactly who they are. But it's so interesting to me that even when they do shit like this, everybody makes it clear that that's a bridge too far. Right? It's like, all of a sudden, Mitch fucking McConnell is like, no, hey, there's no room for that in the Republican Party. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is even trying to condemn Nick Fuentes. Like, no, sorry. It's like she's trying to backpedal. Yeah, I spoke at his event, but I didn't really know who he was at the time. And if I would have realized who he was, I don't regret speaking to the children, but, I probably wouldn't go to his event again, right? Like, and again, they're not my fucking heroes. I don't all of a sudden think they're wonderful fucking people. But it's funny that even they know you got to get away from that. Like you got to get away from that. You got to disassociate yourself from that. You can't be seen with these people, right? And it's that same thing. It's that thing. How many times can you get coffee with Kanye? 0. Right? That's the answer. 0. It's funny. Like, again, that's not me saying that. It's not me saying that, right? That's what we're seeing with the response, right? Is that how many times was it okay for Trump to eat dinner with Kanye? None. The answer is none. None. He sat down with him once after he said his anti-Semitic shit, and boom, Armageddon. Because Kanye's nuclear right now. Because he's that fucking toxic. How many times is it okay to sit down and have dinner with Nick Fuentes? None. It's not okay to have dinner with Nick Fuentes. Now, and y'all can say what you want. Like, I know all of the right wingers are gonna be like, oh, well, this is cancel culture. Okay, cool. Call it cancel culture. I don't give a fuck what you call it. It's consequences. And for these fuckers that are privileged and rich and whatever, it's like, if we don't make them pay social consequences, then
we have a powerful cumulative case.
Basically telling them it's okay. What's up, Uncle Bobby? Yeah, Kanye blows. Kanye does, in fact, blow. Right? But what I think the Kanye situation is illustrating is, and shout out to Vivica Fox and some of the other celebrities, is people like this have to be called out and they can't be tolerated. And the parallel here to me is that that was my frustration with Pinecreek situation. Was for some reason that fuckface is tolerated, and that pisses me off. And I'm really appreciative of the fact that most of my community has been on the same exact tip as me. Same exact tip. He can go fuck himself. We're done. We're walking away. And it is what it is. Like, we don't want anything to do with them. But it's also now the case that I don't want anything to do with the people who haven't done that. Right? And that's what this is illustrating for me. Because I don't want to be the motherfucker that is all buddy with mutual friends, and it's like, no, like I don't fuck with him. So if you fuck with him, you don't fuck with me. And it's just interesting to me because I know that for a lot of us, you don't like the way that sounds. Like but it is what it is. Like, you can't win them all. You can't be friends with everybody. You can't. And once some people show you who they are and who they are as a piece of shit, until they change, like, you hanging around them just makes you somebody who hangs around with pieces of shit. And either doesn't have better people in your life, doesn't have better things to do with your time, or even worse, doesn't have the balls and the integrity to hold the people in your life to some kind of standards of decency, and then make sure that you're accountable to, like, disassociating yourself from people who don't meet the bar. So what's with the fucking excuses? Like, honestly, to the point where, to me, I could go through anybody that's supporting the motherfucker. It's like, you know, we say about this, like, if your talking points are in league with the Officer Tatum, you can go fuck yourself. If I hear you spitting some shit and I'm just like, ooh, what is that flavor in my mouth? Very much Tucker Carlson. You can sit on the pencil and rotate. So that's how I feel about people in our community who are on the same bullshit. I don't give a fuck if you're an atheist. I don't give a fuck if you're popular. I don't give a fuck if people think you're funny. I give no fucks about any of that. I don't care how many viewers you have, how many subs you have. To me, like, once you're sitting on some bullshit, I see you just like I see these apologists. You can go fuck yourself. I will absolutely go after you for my own good, but literally you can go fuck yourself, and so can your whole crew, your whole roster, your fans, your team, your subscribers, everybody that's enabling you. Y'all are all the enemy. Facts. It's just how I feel. Maybe it's the whiskey talking, but I'm hella unfiltered right now. So yeah, I wanted to just make sure I got that out there. Boom, that's what's in the title. Why Kanye West eliminates the problem with Pinecreek. It's the fact that once people understood very clearly, ooh, the Kanye flavor, the Kanye brand is anti-Semitism. He became persona non grata. Once people understood that the Nick Fuentes brand is white supremacy, you're on the no-fly list. Once people understood that this other person, Millionopolis, I don't even know what the name is, whatever it is the pedo guy, nah, he became on the do not hang out with list. That ain't a person you roll with in your posse any longer. You understand? So don't get it twisted. Jay's not losing any sleep over Doug. Jay's just here to tell you, if there's somebody in our community and their brand is stupid-ass thought experiments that basically throw marginalized and underprivileged people under the bus, they're on the other team. Somebody's brand is, let's tell trans people they're not trans. They got nothing coming from me except an ass whooping. If your brand is, let's throw people of color under the bus so we can score political points against the libs going into important midterm elections, yeah, don't ever think that friendly interactions are going to happen between you and I or anyone you're associated with from this point on. You have made yourself an enemy of the progress of every fucking thing I am working for. It's pretty fucking simple to me. I don't even know. Like, I'm good. Like, I think this segment is done, wrapped, pretty fucking clear, pretty obvious. But no, I do appreciate all y'all. We've been on this journey together. It's taken a couple of minutes, and I think this was like a gift. Right? Because we had this whole schism happen. It was kind of like, you know, people were shifting out, and some people was really, really with it, but some people was kind of, but then I think this Kanye thing happened. Nope, it just put it all over. It just said, nope, everybody's dealing with this. This is the national conversation right now. The national conversation is the same conversation. How many times can you have dinner with these morons? None. Zero. All right, community? So let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind from now on. It's not us that's on some bullshit if we see you hanging out with the enemy and we calling you out on it and we looking at you side-eye. It's some people, I got to tell you this, I ain't even talked to them since then. Now imagine if I done seen you on Doug's channel 3 or 4 times since this and I ain't heard from you not once. Man, that sends a pretty clear signal to me. You know, it's like James Apperson said, you might not have said the racist shit yourself, but I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker. Now imagine it's been a month or so since then, and I done seen you chilling with them all buddy a bunch of times, but you ain't come kick it with me once. Ooh, not a good look. Not a good look. Oh man. Yeah, man. It's really enemies out here. I don't know why people think that. Look, when somebody clearly declares themselves an enemy of your shit, why you got to sit there and pretend like we're buddies? All right, but look, y'all, that's what that is. We're good with that. Let's get on and get into this. We want to get into some wizard. So that was cool. I would say we do a little podcast to begin the show. We'll take a little quick break, and we'll get into we'll get the office vibes going for the rest of the show. Now look. Something's going on at 3 that actually sounded pretty cool. I kind of forget. There's a new Prophet Azad video coming out. Yeah, but also, guys, Sundays, 1 p.m. Eastern, the Blackout with me and Gin and Truth. Don't miss it. It's going to be a great show. Got a good episode coming for you this week. Also, 3:30. Hot program with my one black friend, the Black Block, y'all. You know, you got to black it up on Sundays. That's what you need. But yeah, come spend some time with us, and it's gonna be great. Let's see what's going on. I just need something to rock to while we take a quick intermission here. Do we have a new Gin and Truth? Is Uncle Bobby still here? Uncle Bobby, we love you, but you need to go make a new show. Sorry, you can dismiss yourself from the chat now, Uncle Bobby, and go make a new Gin and Truth. Everybody else can stay, but yeah, see, Uncle Bobby, we're gonna need a new episode of Gin and Truth. So look, let me show y'all. I caught him slacking. We caught him slipping. He's over here hanging out with us, enjoying himself. Like, nah, bro, you over 1,000 subs, bro. You supposed to be out here, singing for your supper. Man, what you doing kicking it watching me? You kicking it watching me. You ain't supposed to be kicking it watching me. I hope you got a new show done. What, you did an early show or something? Look at this.
Nick Fuentes.
I'm over here like the third child and shit, starving for some scraps, re-chewing my Uncle Bobby leftovers, because Uncle Bobby's apparently at home maxing and relaxing instead of making a new episode of Gin and Truth.
Was not a very popular person.
I heard you got an episode of Turning Point to work on. I heard Turning Point been trying to pimp you out. Turning Point been like, oh, Uncle Bobby, you want to wax about Christianity? Yeah, let's get some Turning Point advertisement on it. So I think you should roast them a new one. I personally think that's a fantastic idea. Let's all get into the trend. You got to roast your hate watchers. You know me, I always roast the hate watchers I know that are watching, So why not roast the people that are hate advertising? I think that's a good trend. I don't know how long they'll keep advertising on your channel if you do that. I don't even think they care. I think they'll just do it if they think they're getting clicks from it. So I think it's a fantastic movement.
Let's take a look here. Nick Fuentes. I misspelled the word Nick. I put in whatever I-K, and the first thing that popped up was Nick Fuentes. He's so unpopular that even when you misspell the word Nick, it's the first thing that comes up. 24 years old. Gang, this fuckface has a Wikipedia page. He's got Twitter profiles. Again, and when you see... People also search for Tommy Lahren, Tim Pool, Michelle Malkin. I said her name earlier. Baked Alaskan.
Yeah, Jerome, that's an interesting comment about the whole price thing. That was kind of my take on it, was like, to me, it was even more than price. I think it's to be honest, I think it's,
Milo,
in my estimation, it's a bit worse than the price situation. And so that was sort of my initial point of comparison, was why were we so much, did he invent a game or something? Got started building arcade games in his garage. Soon became one of the first black engineers to work in the gaming industry. Okay. In 1976, he led the team that developed the video game cartridge. Okay. Jerry's work unlocked a whole new way for everyone to play games, including me. Okay. Select the plane block. Draw the... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Boom. Oh, yeah, let's get it. I did it! Now you're ready to build your own games just like Jerry. Oh, wow. Oh, y'all really went in on this, huh? Okay. All right. That's pretty cool. Hey, that's a guy who we can thank for our gather shit. Although now I've totally lost my train of thought. It's a game Google made to celebrate this dude. But yeah, I thought that the Pinecreek shit was worse than the Robert Price shit. Why? Robert Price was expressing opinions he holds, that he just holds, right? And I don't know. I think he would say that, like, he doesn't do what... He wasn't saying that shit just for kicks or just to hurt people. I actually think, Doug has made it quite clear that his goal is to hurt and trigger people and that he does it for his own amusement. Now, I'm not trying to conflate that with, he's a YouTuber, he has fun making his content. That's fine. Everybody is entitled to do that. But I think when you do things that are weaponized in the real world for shits and giggles, it's a whole lot different. I think it puts a different burden on other people when they're responding to it. It isn't an accident. It isn't an unfortunate perspective. It isn't any of that bullshit. This is a person who's just straight up, this is who they are. And it's just particularly ugly to me. But all right, look, I'm gonna get to work. No, actually, I know what I was doing now. I'm going to set a 5-minute timer so I can smoke and then get coding. All right, so I want my Pomodoro timer. There's the Bundy Ranch timer. Break time, 5 minutes. All right, let's go. That way I don't keep going. Yeah, let's go ahead and let Uncle Bobby wax for a few minutes.
Paul Gosar, Alex Jones, Laura Loomer, Charlie Kirk, Vosh. I mean, Richard Spencer, Marjorie Taylor
Yeah, the
Greene.
intent matters. There you go.
Please go fuck yourself. Okay, Ben Shapiro.
Absolutely matters.
Gavin McGinnis. Gang, if you are so popular that when people search...
Did you guys know that I step on Sam? Right? Every once in a while I kick him. Right? Do you want to know why that happens? Because he's 8 pounds. Right? And given that he's 8 pounds, right, every once in a while, I accidentally step on his foot, or, I don't notice he's somewhere when I'm walking or something like that. It's right. But here's the thing, right? I'm sure you guys already figured out where I'm going with this. I don't do that shit on purpose, right? So if he just happens to accidentally be where my foot goes and I step on his foot, that's okay. But if I were to intentionally step on the foot of an 8-pound dog for shits and giggles in my own amusement, a lot of you would probably unsubscribe. And that would be a reasonable decision for you to make.
Search your name, and people also searched for... I would hope that when someone Googles my name, if I ever blow the fuck up, my name is attached to Barack Obama, Moses Williams, the man who gave me my 7-degree black belt, Bruce Lee. My grandfather and my father had Wikipedia pages, Burke Reed Sr., Burke Reed Jr., I would hope that when you search my name, that I'm so unpopular that my name goes hand in hand with some of the greatest men and women that have ever walked this earth. Again, I'm not going to sit here and listen, not with a calm voice, and listen to this fuckface sit here and say, well, Donald Trump didn't know who Nick Fuentes was.
Exactly. And y'all, that is the fucking question of the day. Literally, let me type it in right now, so when I get back to work, y'all can fucking discuss this in the chat. Question of the day: do you believe that Donald Trump did not know who Nick Fuentes is? My answer: absolutely not. And it absolutely fucking matters. Like Uncle Bobby says, you cannot be a good leader if you are not first a good person. And if you lie every single fucking day, you are not a good person.
Again, it's like if I walk in here, right, and my girl's sitting there and she's just jerking some other dude off and blowing nuts all over her face, right? But is this a dick? How did this dick get? I don't seem to, that's a dick, right? No, that's so odd. I just don't seem to understand.
Well, Uncle Bobby, why are you mad? See, you know what you don't understand is she was just, hanging out with her friend, and see, her friend created a dating profile for her. And she didn't even know, right? And so the friend set her up with this guy, and then all she knew was that her friend was coming over for lunch, right? And so her friend came over for lunch and brought this guy that she didn't even know who he was, okay? So when all of a sudden his dick fell out of his pants, she just had a natural response of jerking it, but she didn't know who he was and what he was there for. Okay, so you're taking it out of context, Uncle Bobby. You're taking it out of context.
Same thing. Same the fuck thing right here. If you are not aware of who the fuck Nick Fuentes is, you do not deserve to be president. They did a legit background check on me to be in professional relationships with this person. And when they thought I stepped out of bounds, 3 dudes who had pistols showed up at my front door. True story. But some way, somehow, for 4.5, 5, 6 years, Donald Trump doesn't know any of these bad people that who he keeps getting linked with, right? Jeffrey Epstein, right? Pictures of his monkey ass partying with Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't really know him bigly, tremendous. I was just a New York socialist. I'm going to have a stroke. Roll the tape. Y'all can go fuck yourselves.
Big league. Tremendous. All right, y'all, let's get some coding done. And then we'll get the Uncle Bobby popping in our next intermission. So and I got to pee in our next intermission. So come on, timer. Let's code up in this bitch, y'all. All right, we left off wonderfully from late night mode and code and mode, whatever it was. We got our clock of the long now class, right? Now, let's be very clear about what's going on. What we're talking about is making a class. Look, you don't have to be a fucking computer nerd. Follow along. Don't check out. Stop being weird. Shit's not going to go over your head. Relax. All right? We're making this thing called Clock the Long Now. Think of it as a year clock, right? The long now, because it's basically it's the same now for a whole year. Just don't even worry about that. That's the name of the shit. It's a dumb name. It's the one they used. All right, now, all we do is, the point of this all is we're trying to get towards a more practical application of coding, right? And an object-oriented coding, which is the shit that we're doing, you can think of it as you create a thing. The thing has some traits and it has some behaviors, meaning it has some attributes or some data that belongs to it, and it can do some shit, like a behavior. We mainly call the things it can do traits or attributes. Sorry, the things it has, like attributes or traits, and then the things it can do, functions, right? And what normally happens is you don't want a lot of times the user, because you're coding up a thing, right? And you're just going to make all the code. You're going to do all the hard developing coding work. And then this person's going to come around later and they're going to use your code. And when the person uses your code, you normally just want them to make an instance of your thing and then do what they need to do with their instance of your thing using the functions. But you don't want them overwriting the initial attributes of the thing or even having access to it. You don't want that exposed to them. So I think encapsulation is the way this is spoken of or whatever. And so C++ has 2 ways of doing this. You can use a struct or a class. In Rust, you use a struct and then an implementation. And then in Python, we used... What do we use in Python? We use the class, right? So we also have a class in Python. All right, cool. So what we're doing with this one is, let me show you a fuller thing of the class here so you can see what all the functions do. Where were we? Here. Okay. So basically, you have a thing, you have these three functions. Add a year, right? This increments the year. Set the year. Which void just means it doesn't return anything, right? When you run a function, it normally returns something. Void just means you don't return anything. It means it just do a thing, and you don't need to return anything. All right, so that's what add year does. It increments the year. That's what year plus plus means. Set year returns either true or false, and it tests the condition. If the new year you send it is less than 2019, it will return false and not change the year. Otherwise, it'll change the year to the new year that you send it and return true. And then you also have get year, which will actually just return the year. And this is a very simple model that shows us a bunch of really powerful things. First, we have a getter and a setter. And then we have some functional behavior, in this case, add year. In a struct, most of these things are public, meaning the user will be able to access them directly. And then you use this private keyword to make the attribute or trait, which is the year itself, private. If you use class, everything is private by default, and then you use the public keyword. When we program in MABE, doing the C++ we're actually going to be doing for our projects, we use classes because that's what the development team uses. So in our examples in C++, we'll be working with classes. So here's just an overall view of the class. That's what we're talking about. We're classes. We coded up 3 examples. We got going. We coded up this example in C++ using Visual Studio. We coded it up in Rust using CLion, and we coded it up in Python using VS Code. All right, so that was where we kind of left off, was this 221 listing. And I think, yeah, I'll go from there. That way we'll get into, yeah, we can go from there. That's fine. Because this will just get us rolling through little code bits. All right, so let's start with fully featured classes, because that's where I said I'd start. Here we go. All right. So plain old data classes contain only data members, right? Remember data members, right? So data members are those attributes, not the behaviors. So I'll go quickly show you guys an example of a plain old data class. Plain old data, boom. So here's an example of a book. This is just one way to do a plain old data class. I made it a name tuple. It's a book. It has name, year, pages, and whether or not it's hardcover, right? It doesn't have any functions. That's all we're showing. It's a plain old data class is the class that only has data, and then basically doesn't have any functions. However, designing a program using only plain old data can create a lot of complexity. You can fight such complexity with encapsulation, a design pattern that binds data with the functions that manipulate it. Placing related functions and data together helps to simplify code in at least 2 ways. First, you can put related code in one place, which helps you reason about your program. You can understand how a code segment works because it describes in one place both program state and how your code modifies that state. Second, you can hide some of the class's code and data from the rest of your program using a practice called information hiding, okay? In C++, you achieve encapsulation by adding methods and access controls to class definitions. Methods are member functions. So methods are the behaviors. They create an explicit connection among a class, its data members, and some code. Defining a method is as simple as adding a function to a class definition. Methods have access to all of a class's members, meaning the methods will have access to all of the traits. Consider an example class, clock of the long now, that keeps track of the year. You define an integer year member in an add year method that increments it. So this is the key to encapsulation. You have private attributes. The user does not have access to those private attributes, but you write public functions. The user has access to the functions, and the functions have access to the attributes, right? And that gives you that encapsulation. It's basically a way for you as a programmer to make sure the user can't fuck up your code base for the next user. And what's beautiful about the way this crash course does this is it gives us really simplified examples that help us understand the powerful features of the language without getting lost in complex code. All right, so you have in this case, they're using the struct keyword, but remember, struct and class are just different keywords. With struct, everything's automatically public. We, for the most part, will use class, where everything's private, but they will work the same way, so let's not worry about that right now. Clock of the long now, there's the definition is from here to here. That's the struct. It contains the add year, right? And then it also contains that attribute year, right? So this is just an even simpler, more simplified version. Let's keep going. The add year methods declaration looks like any other function that takes no parameters and returns no value. That's what the void is for. Within the method, you increment the member year. Listing 219 shows you how you can use the class to keep track of a year. All right, so you have the whole thing. When they say 219 shows you how to use it, that's where the main comes in. Remember, we always write a main function, and the main function is actually the program that does the thing you need to do. Why? Because then you keep your code either in a different module, and then you have a really nice, neat main function that somebody can go through and actually see what your program does. So I don't have to worry about all the code above it. I just go to the main function, and I know you want to create a clock of the long now called clock. You want to set the clock year to 2017. Then you add a year to the clock. Then you print the clock year, so that should print 2018. Then you add another year. Then you print that year, clock year. That will print 2019. And here it tells us what the output should be, year 2018, year 2019, right? All right. You declare the clock of the long now instance clock, and then set the year of clock to 2017. Next, you call the add year method on clock, and then print the value of clock year. You complete the program by incrementing and printing once more. All right, so you can go ahead quickly. Let's go ahead and see that with this. We'll go ahead and make ours similar to that real quick. So we've got our class, clock the long now. Notice we use the class instead of the struct. That makes everything private. So our year is automatically private, which is what we want. Why? We want private attributes, public functions, right? So then we use the public keyword, because remember, everything by default is private. So then we say here, make these functions public. There's the add year function that increments the year but doesn't return anything. There's the set year function. We'll get into this a little bit more, but that's the test condition, is to show how all this works. So basically the logic is when you call set year, you pass it a year. If the new year that you pass it, right, it'll take that integer of the year you pass it and set that to new year. If the new year is less than 2019, it will return false, basically saying I did not set the year. Whatever you asked me to do failed. You asked me to set it to a year less than 2019, so I'm not going to set a new year, so I just return false. Otherwise, if the new year is not less than 2019, it will take whatever you pass it new year, let's say 2020, make that the new year, and return true. All right, then you have another one that returns an integer, which just says get year and returns the year, right? So if you call this, that's how you tell what the current year is. So this is what you need to actually use your clock of the Lao. You need to be able to, you need a setter and a getter. You need to be able to set the year. You need to be able to get the year. And then you have a behavior. You need to be able to add the year. So that's the complete class and behavior of it. Here's the main function. You make a clock of the long now called clock. We don't need this. Let me see here, because they did change the rationale here a bit in the sense that they want it to be 2018 and 19. So they wanted to set to 2017. So let's just say, for the sake of now, let's just go ahead and change this to say like 2015 or something. Okay. All right. So then we'll say clock set year. I think it's 2017. Do an add year. Print it. Nope. Shift Alt. God damn it. I need to duplicate this line. I'm trying to remember how to do this. All right. I don't like doing like the duplicate or copy paste or whatever, but whatever. All right, there we go. All right, so then we add that. We need to duplicate this line too. That wasn't too bad. Okay, I got it. That's what the control D is for. All right, nice. All right, so that works. And let's see. We'll do control F5, runs it. And there it is, year 2018, year 2019. What does this say? Year 2018, year 2019. Move on. Let's go to Rust. Class. All right, this time we've put all of the functionality in this year clock module, but we can look at it. We have a public struct called clock long. That way you can access it. It's got a private member called year I32. There's a way to do my... let's say private member. I don't know. I don't think that's. I think it's like that's not the term we use in Rust, but whatever. And then the implementation, right? That's where the behaviors come in. So we have a new. This is an initializer. We'll get into this because we're going to talk about constructors in a second. But that's what this is. This will just when you make a new one. It'll give you a new clock long with the year set to 2019. Let's actually change that again and just make the default year 2015 or something like that. And then you have a get year, which takes a mutable version of self, right? Because when you make a clock long, you want to make a clock that you can actually change. So it needs to be mutable. So basically, this is how you tell it to, you're passing it a copy of itself. You're saying, hey, I want you to do get year. I'm going to pass you a copy of yourself, meaning an instance of the clock long. And then I'll return an integer, an I32, and that is going to be self.year. That putting it in here, if it's the only thing in here, that tells Rust that that's what it returns. If you actually expand this, double click on this to expand this. I don't remember how I did this. But you can open it up. I'll figure that out. But it would just look like this. Here's the same thing with that set year. You pass it a mutable version of self and a new year, just like the other one. The only difference is there's different types of integers in Rust, so we have to specify which type. The same thing is true in C++, actually. And then again, it returns a Boolean, right? Either true or false. It says if the new year is less than 2019, return false, else self.year becomes the new year, then return true. We also have add year. I actually think this order is better to do them in the order get, set, and then add because, you know, we call these getters and setters and they're the basics. So I'd like somebody to be able to read this, be like, oh, here's the thing, here's the constructor, here's the getter, here's the setter. Here's
it's too terrifying.
Every other behavior. YouTube punk. Sorry, I just looked up saw that. Yeah, UC Love, I appreciate the support on that, man. Thank you so much. Also, I'll check out the thing with Nathan's marathon stream, like in Gather or something, maybe later if somebody shares it. Or if there's an interesting clip, like if we find an interesting segment of it, I'll definitely play it, especially since it's on topic for today. UC Love, I think, is right on it. I think the only reason he's not treated like a dime a dozen troll is because there's like an investment thing. I think when you've watched somebody for a long time and you watch them a lot, you think you get to know them. And so it's, I think, you've got the rose-colored glasses on for a long time, and they're kind of hard to take off. But yeah, all right, let's keep moving. We're doing great here. All right, so... and then our ad year, same thing, pass it a mutable copy of the self, and then it'll take that and do self.year ad one. So these are cool programs. All right, so let's go ahead and run this just to be like the other one. We did have to create a little modules. So here's how our project's organized. We had to create a Rust script. That says to pull in the year clock module, and then in our modules is where we put that year clock script, and then in our main source, main.rs, this is where we'll run our function, and so we tell it to use the year clock modules, from mod modules. I was just wondering if I could put those in a different order. But whatever. All right, and then here's our main function. So we make a clock, right? So we set let mutable clock equal year clock long new, right? So y'all know that's the function in here. That's the new function. Make me a new clock, just like every other program. They all work the same way. So then we're going to say set the year to 2017, add a year, print a line that says, let's just make this print the same. It doesn't need to print hello world. We can just say year. All right, then we actually just want to take both of these lines. That is not doing it. Control D maybe? Yep, Control D. All right, there we go. And then Shift F10, I think, in this program. Compiling, no errors. Not quite right? 2016, 2017. So what did we do wrong? 17, add year. All right, it got the initialized year, 15 and 16, and added the year, but it looks like it didn't do the set year. Clock. Yep, that's not good. It gives me a new clock. The thing is, though, it did the ads perfectly. So what is going on in set that's not going on in ad? Oh, I still have the 2019 filter on. Boom, there it is. Done, done, done. All right, let's do this again. Shift F10. Make daddy happy. There we go. Year 2018, year 2019. Perfecto. Okay. Then in Python, let's go to the one we did last night. No cheatsy. I've got other solutions for the same thing, but last night we did the one, let's go class, I think. There's not a great name for it. Class clock, that's not it. That is the same program, but it's not the one we did last night. Don't think. Where's the one we did last night? Maybe it is this one. Yeah, it's a data class. Clock it along now. This is the one we did last night. This is definitely the one we did last night. All right, cool. So look. All right, so from data class, import data class, because it doesn't have the other stuff I added to the other solutions. That's hard now. All right, so then at data class, I should put a date on these things, huh? At data class, there is a date on it. Just don't see it in the browser. At data class, class, year clock. Yep, so I named it year clock this time. Just made this little hidden thing, clock type. We're not going to use that. And then we defined get year, which takes self, returns an integer, returns self.year. And then set year, I did getter, setter, then add. Set year takes self and new year, returns a Boolean. If the new year is less than 2019, return false, else self. I call these double under, so I just say dunder. You'll hear me say that, self double under or self dunder year equals new year, return true. Then let's say def. The add define. This just means define the add year function. It also takes self dot double under year, increment by 1. So then we define the main function. We have a year clock. We need to change the filter again. Which is the filters there for a different example where they actually could ask to set that to 2019. But we'll set it to 2015. We'll set the year to 2017, I think you're supposed to do. There's the timer, so it's a good time. I need to pee anyway. Set year 2017, add year, print the year, add year, do it again. And then that's our main function, right? Define main, same deal. If, and then we have to add this in Python. We don't have to really add this, but we do. If name equals main, this is so that if you run this from within this module, it runs the main function. Whereas if you call it from another function, it won't run the main function. That's not important right now, but we'll talk about that later. But this is something that ends up in every piece of Python code. It's just standard kind of boilerplate. If name equals main and basically if this isn't nested in anything else, then the automatic name of this module is main. All right, so that's what that means. And then we'll just do Shift F. I made a hotkey. Basically, we need to run the command Python run Python file in terminal, but you'll notice how that's set to Shift Alt Enter. And I do that so I can just be in here, hit Shift Alt Enter, boom, year 2018, year 2019. All right, so where is that? That means we're up and running. We're ready to keep going. We've got all 3 of our languages doing this example here. There's slightly different ways we could implement certain things, but the main thing is we're getting it done and we're using some of the features I like in each language. And that's the whole point of doing all of this, is so that I'm learning the C++ I need to work on MABE and contribute to that project, while at the same time building up my Python skills, which we use to manipulate our runs and experiments and also do a lot of our data analysis and visualization, while also building up my skills in Rust, which is the actual language that I want to use to develop applications, develop my own projects and programs, and ultimately write my own tools for my research. So that is cool. We're going to go brief intermission since that lazy Uncle Bobby still has not given us our fix for the day. I guess we can listen to a few more minutes from yesterday's show. I suppose I mean, somebody's got to tell this guy he's a fucking slacker, man. Tell him it's 3 o'clock already, man. People want their goddamn Uncle Bobby, man. Oh, what's going on? People are gonna go home and eat dinner and not even have a new fucking episode of Gin and Truth. I'll be right back.
Trump's policies are better than Democrats' policies, and I'm willing to suck it up, and that it's not, he's not the perfect candidate, but he's better than the candidates that are running, and I think he can actually make this country better if he put the trash aside and just focus on being a president and policies. Donald Trump can kill it as the president of the United States of America. Our country will be renewed.
Quite literally, pause the tape. Quite literally, Donald Trump can kill it. I don't want to say too much else. I don't want to get a YouTube strike. Roll the tape.
If Donald Trump can separate the two and become the president of the United States of America. But if you can't have discernment enough to avoid meeting with Kanye West alone, you are in trouble. If you don't have discernment enough to say, if people walk into the room and they were uninvited, they were not invited initially, you need to have a conversation with Ye and say, Ye, I don't know these people. Let me pull you aside. You can't have people coming to meet me. I don't know these people. They could be a white supremacist, all I know. But if you don't have enough discernment to do that, you are going to lose. I hope that Donald Trump is listening to me.
Pause the tape. So, gang, this is the very polite way to do what Fox News and other news stations have done. He's pulling away. That is one of the dumbest diatribes, and I bullshit you not. That's one of the dumbest bullshit diatribes I've ever heard in my life. If at this point you are not aware that you are meeting with a white supremacist, you know what this reminds me of? Again, you guys think I'm bullshit. Momo. This is what Momo used to say. When you lay down with dogs, your monkey ass gets up with fleas, gang, every single time. In other words, whether you're not from the South, you are judged by the company you keep. Donald Trump, quite literally for the entirety of his presidency, socially hooked up with somebody, got in bed, metaphorically speaking, for this person, for that person, with this person, and they were bigly, they were tremendous, and then people would say, this person did X, Y, and Z. Go look it up. I don't know this. I even did a show on it. If it got to a point to where Ivanka Trump really fucked up, he would, Ivanka, that's my daughter that I adopted. I don't really know. Yeah, it says that you fucked Ivana, so and you guys, I got people looking into that. Fake news. He would throw anyone under the fucking bus who stepped out of line. But in the beginning, he would jerk them off. You want to know why? Because they jerked him off. But he is trying to sidestep kindly his allegiance. He's holding on with everything he's got, gang. But no, I'm not letting him get away with that. Roll the tape.
Because it's not about you and me. I'll vote for him. Many of you guys will vote for him. The rest of the people that are looking for a reason not to like Donald Trump. People that are looking for a reason to cannot handle mama and daddy disowning them because of Donald Trump. They're looking and praying and hoping for somebody else to vote for so they would not be alienated. And when Donald Trump do things like he did, he's giving fuel to the fire for the people that
Again, y'all. I'm here to bring the controversy right now in my break right now. But look, this is what we need. This is what we need. We need people to be afraid that if they continue to support Trump, they're going to be ostracized. And I got bigger news for you. The hard shit for us is if they continue to support Trump, we need to ostracize him. Now look, I'm with, but they need to be corrected, and then we don't want the echo chambers. Yeah, give them a motherfucking chance. Sit down and motherfucker love on them. Love them on up if you want to. Give them all that positive reinforcement and all of that. Blase and flavonoids. I'm with it. Go for it. Go for it. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. Make this world a better place. If you can. But remember, the key part at the end was if you can. And so once your monkey ass realizes you can't, you need to disassociate. And then you need to hope that the consequences catch up to this fool, and then they'll realize your dissociation is one of those consequences. And then the accumulation, somebody hit it, the accumulation, the powerful cumulative case, if you will, of them being fucked up and having too many consequences might eventually motivate them to change. Amen. Hallelujah.
Refuse to support him ever again or support him in the first place. I made a comment on my Twitter account and I said that Donald Trump will not win if he don't change things up and find a way to unite the party. He will not win.
Pause the tape. Gang, Donald Trump is the equivalent of that one friend that we've all had. If you say you never had him or her, congratulations, you were that friend. Donald Trump is the person who continuously has gotten cheated on by their significant other. Got other people pregnant, have gotten pregnant by other people, always bringing home the clap, the drip drops, the herpes, the AIDS, and all the other bullshit. But your friend won't leave them. And you're like, girl, dude, I mean, seriously, this is the 29th time that this person has fucked you over.
Yep. I got friends that are that person, and like the person, like I have both friends, right? And like sometimes my friend, like, I know the person doing the cheating, and like, I feel bad for their partner, but then after a certain point, I'm like, you just let this happen. Like, everybody in the world knows this shit is going on, and you just let it happen. So, you know, look, you know, I'm not comfortable with what you're going through, but I'm not the one who should be losing sleep over this. You are. All right, y'all, let's hop back into this. Let's go ahead and, I don't feel like I've been vibing enough right now, to be quite honest with you. I need to up the vibiness. All right, there we go. It's vibe here. Got that damn stand-up tone on that bass. All right, let's go ahead and what are we rocking with? All right, access controls. Here we go. Access controls restrict class member access. Public and private are the two major access controls. Anyone can access public member, but only a class can access its private members. All struct members are public by default. Private members play an important role in encapsulation. Consider again the clock of the long now class as it stands. The year member can be accessed from anywhere for both reading and writing. Suppose you want to protect against the value of the year being less than 2019. Here's where this other example comes in. You can accomplish this in two steps. You make year private, and you require anyone using the class consumers to interact with year only through the struct's methods. Listing 220 illustrates the approach, right? So you have the struct, the add year, and then with set year, you change it a little bit so that it doesn't just change the year, it passes through this filter, which is if the new year is less than 2019, return false. Otherwise, make the year the new year, return true. So we've had this going for a while. That's what we coded up. We just changed the filter for the previous example. You've added two methods to clock. Now, here we go, a setter and a getter. For year, rather than allowing a user of Clock of the Long Now to modify year directly, You set the year with set year. This addition of input validation ensures that the new year will never be less than 2019. If it is, the code returns false and leaves year unmodified. Otherwise, year is updated and returns true. To obtain the value of year, the user calls get year. You've used the access control label private to prohibit consumers from accessing year. Now users can access year only from within clock of the long now. All right, the class keyword, you can replace the struct keyword with the class keyword, which declares members private by default. Aside from default access control, classes declared with the struct and class keywords are the same. For example, you could declare clock of the long now the following way, and this is how we have our setup. Class, clock of the long now. This makes the year attribute private by default. We use the public keyword and then make the methods public. Which way you declare classes is a matter of style. We're going to use this one. There's absolutely no difference between struct and class aside from the default access control. I prefer using struct keywords because I like having the public members listed first. But you'll see all kinds of conventions out in the wild. Cultivate a style and stick to it. All right, initializing members. Having encapsulated year, you must now use methods to interact with clock of the long now. Listing 221 shows how you can stitch these methods together into a program that attempts to set the year to 2018. This fails, and then the program then sets the year to 2019, increments the year, and prints its final value. Okay, we are not going to code that up again. You declare clock and attempt to set its year to 2018. This fails. This year, all they did is if not clock dot set year 2018. It's just basically saying try to set the clock year to 2018. This will fail. And this basically tells it what to do if it fails by saying if not this. In other words, if this isn't successful, then do this. And then do add year and print it, and you get 2020. No big deal. All right, you declare a clock and attempt to set its year to 2018. This fails because 2018 is less than 2019. Program then sets 2019. You increment it and print its value. All right, in chapter 1, you saw how uninitialized variables can contain random data as you step through the debugger. We should go through stepping through a debugger again, but we're not going to do it right now. We have to do it today. The clock of the long now struct has the same problem. When clock is declared, year is uninitialized. You want to guarantee that year is never less than 2019 under any circumstances. Such a requirement is called a class invariant, a feature of a class that is always true, that is, it never varies. In this program, clock eventually gets into a good state, but you can do better by employing a constructor. Constructors initialize objects and enforce class invariance from the very beginning of an object's life. All right, so this is kind of what we want to get into, because remember, we're always going to be working in this or thinking in this object-oriented fashion, even though I don't know, I think C++ is called something different. Yeah, so C++ is really all about classes, but it's used now, modern C++, you know, we have, what we're doing is like object-oriented programming. Python has the same type of deal. I don't know if technically, I think Rust is technically considered an object-oriented language. Oh my goodness. I'm looking for the programming language. Yeah, so it's a general purpose language, but it also, you can allow it to work in an object-oriented fashion. So think about what we work with: populations, organisms, environments, brains, grids, all of these things, right? So our sort of way of modeling our problems. That's what object orienting is all about to me. It's just a fancy programmer way of saying that you're doing something that's about building models. And so a constructor is a way to get more involved in control over how an object is initialized. Like, because you'll notice in all these programs, you have to initialize it. So, and this is where the encapsulation comes in, right? Because the user is basically going to be the person down here writing a main function. Like, it's not going to be this main function. Your user is going to be somebody who is using clock of the long now in their program. And so in some other universe, right, your user is like, oh, I want to use Jay's clock of the long now, so they're writing a main function and they're going to import my clock of the long now shit, and then in their shit they're going to be like, oh, I want to make a clock, and then I'm going to set the year and add a year or whatever, right? And the thing I'm trying to show you here is they're going to have to start by doing something like this. They're going to have to create an instance of clock of the long now. And then that's really great because then everything they do will only apply to the clock they made, right? So if this was called user clock instead, right? And so the user could do everything, and then by me controlling all this, they can't fuck up. Let's say the next time YouTube Punk or somebody else comes along and says, okay, now I want to use clock of the long now. Oh, well, they done fucked up because they done set the clock year to be something else, or they put a 5-digit year in or something screwed up, and now it's all janky, right? You control that by making sure certain restraints are in place. So that's why we're using such a simple example to learn the features of the language. But this is a great opportunity to discuss the object orientation a little bit and now talk about constructors. Constructors are special methods with special declarations. Constructor declarations don't state a return type, and their name matches the class's name. For example, the constructor in listing 222 takes no arguments and sets year to 2019, which causes year to default to 2019. So now you have clock of the long now, and you just set its year. And see, it's weird because it's a struct. The constructor says struct clock of the long now, and then actually, this is where a lot of other languages do something like a new or an init function. But in C++, you create basically a constructor function which just takes the name of the actual thing itself. So you just see this and you go, oh, that's the constructor function. You'll see this even in Mabe. We do a lot in the constructors ourselves. All right, so you go clock of the long now. The year is 2019. There's a snip. And yeah, they just initialize it with its own year. Let me see what ours is doing. We're not using a constructor function. So I probably already coded up an example with a constructor function. I'll probably just open that for now. I'm not so desperate to get my hands on the keyboard retyping examples so we get to new shit. All right, let's see. There's constructors. All right, so here you go. We've got a clock of the long now. There's the constructor, clock of the long now. The year 2019. The int is get year, return the year. I use struct because they're using structs for this example. So then I say private, make years private. Yeah, this would have been automatically public. Let's just say this is now private. I don't know if I have that code left over from another piece of code. All right. All right, got some notes about the difference between classes and structs up here. So that's good to go. Let me see how I implemented this in Rust. So let's say open constructors. Looks like I have 2 different projects here. So do this window. All right, so I do struct clock long in Rust. The type usually will provide a static new method for any kind of default constructor. Yeah, so I did a new method, which is just a convention. Like Rust doesn't force you to use a constructor or anything like that. Neither does any language really. So then but then I make one. People usually include the new function. So I do a function new, which just gives you a clock long. So it actually is called new, returns a clock long, right? It returns the struct, and then it says in parentheses what to return. Oh, I need you to return, in specific, I need you to return a clock long that has the year set to 2019. All right, and then we've got our other functions, get year, add year, set year. That's fine. Let's see how we did number 2. All right, because this is constructors 1. Open constructors 2 in a new window. Okay, so in this one, I built in the filter to the constructor. So I said, give me a clock long, but give me a new function, but this time the user, I'm basically forcing the user to provide a year in. So it's going to say, hey, when you make a clock, you've got to pass me a year. You can't just make a clock. I'm going to force you to pass me a year. I expect you to pass me a year. And when you do, then I'll make a clock long. I'll check if the year that you input is less than or equal to 2019. Then I'll give you, if it's less than or equal to 2019, I will give you a clock long with the year set to 2019, right? Because that's basically saying 2019 is my floor. And it's just like that filter we said before. But now, instead of taking it and making it a filter for set year, we're just making it a filter for the constructor. And so now we're saying if the year that you pass me is less than 2019, I'm going to give you a clock long with the year set to 2019. I'm just going to say, go fuck yourself. Here's a clock in the year's 2019. It's kind of fun. Otherwise, I'll give you a clock long set to whatever year you tell me to initialize your year clock. And that's how this would work, right? Because you wouldn't say, hey, make me a clock long. Right? Because I think about the program. That's sure. So here's a clock long with a designated spot for a year, right? That's a little bit weird. So this is forcing the user to do a little bit more. And so then we have our get year, add year, and then the same logic, though, is still built in the set year. Hey, if you go to set the year, and it's less than 2019, I'm going to give you a false, else I'll give you a new year. So this makes sure that you don't, with a set year, undermine the behavior of your constructor. But this forces you to have a little bit more functionality. So your constructor filters out to make sure you don't initially start with one too low, and then set year also blocks the person from setting the year to be below your filter. And again, this isn't, it's just a model. We don't give a shit what the details are. We're happy to just make sure our model works and that we understand what's going on with the code. And for me, I already see very practical uses of it because it's easy for me to think about how this stuff applies to the code I actually have to write. I think that just comes comes with it at this point, I guess. Guess I know my model a little bit better than I think I do. All right, so let's go ahead, and that is good. We're gonna keep moving. That's our constructor. I'm happy with that. Oh, let me see if I did something different in Python as well. I might have. Yeah, how do we do this? No, it looks like I just did the default. Yeah, it made the custom constructors one. All right, so here I did it. I made special. All right, so I made a special modules just to like add some of this stuff, and we had the same thing going where we're importing a module. This time it's really simple. We just insert our modules folder into our system path. Make sure we import sys. And then we go ahead, and so let's see, I have a clock along default constructor. And here we go. It just, in this case, we have a data class, clock long. Now this is kind of interesting because normally with data classes, you don't need to write an init function. But normally with a but normally with that, you don't have anything special you need to. So if we go back to, so it's kind of interesting that I use because that's what people expect in Python. If you have a constructor function, they expect you to do and have an init method. So it's better to just go ahead and use the init method, even though you know you don't need one with data class, which is kind of weird. So say self.year is 2019, self.dunder year digits is 4. It's a weird thing. I should actually force that as a constraint on self.year, but I'm not worried about that right now. I'm not actually going to use this. All right, and then there's add year, there's set year, same logic, and get year. Good to go. Order should be a little bit better. I like my getter, my setter, and then any other behavior. Usually space between those, the space between. All right, Shift Alt Enter, do it. Shift Alt Enter, boom. Oh, that's just I did that in the constructor, not the main. Alrighty then, let's go back to 222 default constructor, get it going. Oh Lord, what happened? Oh, I gotta change the modules path. This has the Windows modules path. All right, so that's oh Lord, where am I at? Modules, all right, cool. Print working directory, perfect. We gotta do this instead. There it is. All right, so that's working. Good to go. So I think it's going to get us to that custom constructor, so we'll keep going. How does my timer look for this session? 4 minutes. All right, yeah, let's keep going. So we've basically done this, right? We've seen the ability to do that. All right. The constructor takes no arguments and sets year to 2019. When you declare a new clock of the long now, year defaults to 2019. You access year using get year and print it to the console. What if you want to initialize a clock of the long now with a custom year? Constructors can take any number of arguments. You can implement as many constructors as you'd like, as long as their argument types differ. Oh, so like you could take a clock of the long now that takes a different, you can make a different constructor that's a clock of the long now that takes a string as the initial argument, or a different thing as long as it's a different type. Because if you were to send it two different constructors that both use an integer, then they'd conflict with each other because it wouldn't know which one to send it to. All right, consider the example where you add a constructor taking an int. The constructor initializes year to the argument value. Now this is interesting because the way they set this up is they said clock of the long now takes a year in. If you don't successfully execute set year on the year in, which then takes into account that filter, set the year to 2019. The new constructor takes a single year in argument of type int. You call set year with year in. If set year returns false, the caller provided bad input, and you override year in with a default value of 2019. In main, you make a clock with the new constructor and then print the result. The conjuration clock of the long now, clock 2020, is called an initialization. Right. Because this is saying clock of the long now, make an instance of clock of the long now called clock with the 2020 as the argument that based on its position will be year in. You might not like the idea that invalid year in instances were silently corrected to 2019. I don't like it either. Exceptions solve this problem. You'll learn about them in exceptions on page 98. All right, so we'll talk about exceptions then. We'll actually make a custom exception. Those of you that are wrestling nerds, I like to make an exception called the Scott Hall exception. It just is a one I'll always make, and it'll say, "Hey, yo," and then provide me some useful error message. It's just a way to get used to the features of a language, to know how to throw custom exceptions. And then I use that one as sort of a, when I'm developing and I need a default exception to throw, I'll put in that Scott Hall exception. It's just a way to make programming and developing a little bit more fun for me. When I get an error message, it'll be a fun one I made for myself. Hey, yo! And it'll pass me some other error like, oh, you sent me the wrong type of data or whatever the fuck. I usually just use it as a wrapper for a default error message. All right, so we're going to be talking about initialization. Object initialization, or simply initialization, is how you bring objects to life. Oh, I really like that. Unfortunately, object initialization syntax is complicated, especially because in our case, it's artificial life, y'all. Initializing artificial life is how you bring artificial life to life. Unfortunately, object initialization syntax is complicated. Fortunately, the initialization process is straightforward. This section distills the bubbling cauldron of C++ object initialization into a palatable narrative. So initializing a fundamental type to 0. We do this a lot, so that's where we'll pick up after our quick smoke break here. Let's go musical interlude, because I did Shot at Deer's Pull Up for our communion song. So we'll go with our Cheers theme song here. Appreciate everybody that's watching. I know these work along streams aren't the most thrilling. There were more people here earlier, but that's kind of how I want to set these up, to where I'll start them. I'll do like a podcasty thing. There'll probably be more people here for those, because we're having fun talking about shit that's, maybe relevant to people, or they're interested in, or they find entertaining. And then we'll get into like a more of like the work vibe. Like I said, if you can, feel free to join me and gather in the office. That'd be great. I want to get more people actually in the gather with me throughout the day. But yeah, those of you that kick it and hang out, whatever you're doing, hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm really, really appreciative of you guys. I mean, nobody's obligated to be in hero support mode while I'm working, so really do appreciate you guys. Let me go ahead and set my damn break timer. I always forget to do that. All right, let's get our Foy Vance on real quick.
And he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, I look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the coward by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off your opine. He doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Grave digger.
Boy, man.
God, I want to play. There's so many songs I want to play on stream that are like, yeah, but that shit'll get you in trouble. All right, let's go. All right. A lot of times when you initialize something, you just start with a basic data type. You need an integer, you need a string, you need a blase flavonoids, whatever. And you just initialize it with 0. So let's start by initializing an object of fundamental type. An object of fundamental type to 0. There are 4 ways to do this. All right, here we go. We could do integer A equals 0, integer B, curly brackets, integer C equals curly brackets, or integer D. Initialize to 0, maybe. All right. So 3 of these are. Sorry. Sorry, I got this damn thing. Exit. Escape. There we go. Next page. All right. 3 of these are reliable. Explicitly set the value using a literal. Integer A equals 0. I prefer this. Use braces 2 or this. You're using the braces to say there's an integer B, there's nothing in here, so it's hard initialization to 0. Declaring the object with no extra notation. Sorry. One is using a literal, use braces is 2, or use the equals plus braces approach. That's 3. I don't like that. I just feel like that's ugly and there's extra characters. Declaring the object with no extra notation 4 is unreliable. It works only in certain situations. Even if you know what these situations are, you should avoid relying on this behavior because it sows confusion. Using braces to initialize a variable is, unsurprisingly, called braced initialization. Part of the reasoning C++ initialization syntax is such a mess is that the language grew out of C, where object life cycles are primitive, into a language with a robust and featureful object life cycle. Language designers incorporated braced initialization in the modern C++ to help smooth over the sharp corners. This has caused in the initialization syntax. In short, no matter the object's scope or type, braced initialization is always applicable, whereas the other notations are not. Later in the chapter, you'll learn a general rule that encourages widespread use of braced initialization. So it's like this one or this one. Like I said, we'll probably use the first one because it's the most readable. Initializing a fundamental type to an arbitrary value. Initializing an arbitrary value is similar to initializing a fundamental type to 0. You can use the explicit one, the braced one, but you put these spaces in here. Braced plus the equals, or the parentheses. But this is, you have to put something in there. This is different than just saying integer H. So there are 4 ways: equals, braced initialization, equals plus braces initialization, and parentheses. All of these produce identical code. Initializing plain old data structures. The notation for initializing POD mostly follows fundamental types. 224 illustrates this similarity by declaring a POD type containing 3 members and initializing instances of it with various values. All right, so we have struct, pod struct, uint means unsigned, 64-bit integer. A is a character. B, 256. And the Boolean C. Int main initialized pod 1, all fields 0. Pod initialized pod 2, all fields 0. Pod struct initialize pod 3, 42 hello, field A and B set C equals 0. Oh. So since it says 42 and hello, A gets set to 42. B gets set to hello. C gets set to 0. Interesting. 224. Let's see. Did we fuck with this? Let me see. So it's something a little bit interested. Okay, here we go. All right, we coded this up. All right, see it here. So we've got I've got to change my thing. This is not a great view for this. Corner. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Actually, this one, the one you guys are in, is fine. There's nothing interesting above that line usually. All right, so this just stands for plain old data struct. Same values, unsigned integer, long is what the T I think is for. Character, Boolean, initialize pod 1, initialize pod 2, so we're just getting two different initializations of it. They're actually using the same technique, and then we have one with pod 3. I should have named this 4. Here's one for all fields set, but I should name it 4. I don't know, I named it 3. All right, control F5, run it. Let me see it. Yeah, I didn't ask it to do anything other than initialize those, so that's fine. No errors, we're good to go. All right, let's see if I did this in C Lion and how that's more interesting at this point. 224 initialized struct. Is that the one we're talking about? Yeah. Right, because there's no PODs. There is another. There's something else in Rust. No. We'll get here. I'm thinking here. There's structs. And there's enums. All right. But in this case, we did initialize struct. Okay, do it. Trust project, this window, let it roll, baby. All right, here we did it. So we did struct, my struct, A, U64, B is a string, C is a Boolean, function main, let MS1, I guess it's my struct 1, equal my struct. A equals 0, B equals string from, that's nothing. Oh, and this is how I'm showing me how to do this. It's very straightforward in Rust. Like, you don't mess around with a whole lot of different ways. Using MS2 below, we can no longer use MS1 because the string in MS1.b was moved in the MS2. Let MS2 my struct equal MS1. All right, so Rust has this concept of ownership, and it comes into play here because string doesn't have a copy method. And this is interesting. So I just built this as just an example to myself, because you can do this shorthand thing in Rust where you say, give me ms2, which is basically another struct, but copy all the values from ms1. But if you do this, you won't be able to use this string anymore, because it will use a move. It'll move it instead of copying it. But in this case, if you create a new string for ms2b so that only the non-string members are copied over, because this overwrites it. If you say creating an instance from other instances using struct update syntax, so this basically will say update it with ms1 values, but it won't overwrite this because I'm explicitly saying I'm giving you a value for b and then give me everything else. This would not work if you did this in reverse. Let ms3 equal my struct. Right, now we're saying make A42. This is just showing how I can do a couple double directions. Actually, make A42, actually make B hello instead of empty. Fill out the rest of it. And again, this time I want to use ms3 to make ms4. So I've got to make a new string from hello to make B the same thing. Interesting. And then print them all. Let's remember what it is. Why am I going to Shift F10? Boom, there it is. And everything prints cool. Let's check out this link real quick. Structs are similar to tuples in that both, we read this yesterday, I think. All right, so the entire instance has to be mutable. You can't have it so certain fields, only certain fields are mutable. Listing 5.4 shows, sorry, hang on. As with any person, we can construct a new instance of the struct as the last expression in the function body to implicitly return that new instance. I don't know if they're saying like the new method should be last. The last last expression in the function body. All right, and what he's saying here is that it makes sense to name the function parameters with the same name as the struct fields, email, username, blah. But that is tedious. So if the struct had more fields, repeating this would get even more annoying, so they're just shorthand. Because the parameter names and the struct field names are exactly the same in listing 5.4, we can use the field init shorthand syntax to rewrite build user so that it behaves exactly the same, but doesn't have the repetition of email and username as shown here. So we go, oh, god damn it. Did I forget to start this timer? Oh, no, I didn't, okay. Email, username, and then you can set the default values where you need to. Active equals true, sign in count equals 1. Here we're creating a new instance of the user struct, which has a field name, email. We want to set the email field's value to the value in the email parameter of the build user function. Because the email field and the email parameter are the same name, we only need to write email rather than email : email, exactly. And then they get into the creating instances from other instances using the struct update syntax, which is what I have going on in those other examples. It's often useful to create a new instance of a struct that includes most of the values from another instance but changes some. You can do this using struct update syntax. First, we show how to create a new user using instance in user 2 regularly without the update syntax. We have to set a new value for email, but otherwise use the same values from user 1 that we created in 5.2. Right, just a bunch of repetitious code. Using struct update, we can achieve the same effect with less code. The syntax ... specifies that the remaining fields not explicitly set should have the same value as the fields in the given instance. So let user 2 be user, give it a new email, everything else is user 1. That's what we saw before in our code. Code in 5.7 also creates an instance of the user 2 that has a different value for email, but has the same values for the username, active, and sign-in count fields from user 1. The user 1 must come last to specify that any remaining fields should get their value from the corresponding fields in user 1. But we can choose to specify values for as many fields as we want in any order, regardless of the order of the fields in the struct's definition. Note that the struct update syntax uses equal like an assignment. This is because it moves the data, just as we saw in the ways variables and data interact move section. In this example, we can no longer use user 1 after creating user 2 because the string in the username field of user 1 was moved in the user 2. If we had given user 2 new string values for both email and username, and thus only used the active and sign-in count from user 1, then user 1 would still be valid after creating user 2. The types of active and sign-in count are types that implement the copy trait, so the behavior we discussed in the stack-only data copy section would apply. All right, and we don't need to go into this whole using name tuples things. I know what that's about. It's just that you can create a struct called the tuple struct, and then you don't name the fields. It's useful for something like color. We have like a RGB value or point XYZ, where it would be verbose or redundant to name each field. So the color black would just be 000, or origin would be 0.000. All right. Oh, a unit like struct without any fields. Struct always equal. You can also define structs that don't have any fields. These are called unit-like structs because they behave similarly to empty brackets. The unit type that we mentioned in the tuple type section, unit-like structs can be useful when you need to implement a trait on some type, but don't have any data that you want to store in the type itself. We'll discuss traits in chapter 10. Here's an example of declaring and instantiating a unit struct named always equal. Subject always equal. All right, we should read this thing about ownership. In the user struct definition listing 5.1, we use the own string type rather than the and string slice type. This is a deliberate choice because we want each instance of this struct to own all of its data and for that data to be valid for as long as the entire struct is valid. It's also possible for structs to store references to data owned by something else, but to do so requires the use of lifetimes, a Rust feature that we'll discuss in chapter 10. Lifetimes ensure that the data referenced by a struct is valid for as long as the struct is. Let's say you want to store a reference in a struct without specifying lifetimes, like following this won't work. Oh, because you use this notation. Instead, in 5.1, they use string. Okay. I think we always use string anyway for the most part. We use the owned string type. Oh, because that type is by default owned by the object and you don't have to specify the lifetime. Got it. Oh, I'm hungry, gang. I didn't take this next break to grab something to eat. All right, let's see. And then let's see what I did for in Python. Okay, so I did an example with an initialized class where I have just a POD. I actually named it POD, even though it's actually just it's a class. You know, Python just has classes, so they don't have this simpler POD class. Just have a class. This one just has data in it. Int 0, string empty, boolean equals false. I use default values. Dicks are mutable. Sam is choking on something. Are you gonna die, Sam? Are you okay? I like got a hairball. Yeah. These are set up like dictionaries. And then you just say POD1 equals POD. What do I call the POD? Oh, with no, I should have used like a class format or something that would have made that more obvious, because this now looks like it's just a function to me, right? And it's a class. I know I let that break timer run off, but hang on, it's like Python class style guide class names. There it is. Class name should be capitalized, right? Names maybe? All right, we'll go, keep going. Yeah, my class, see? Wait. I don't care about that. Naming convention. Class names. You normally use cap words. Convention. Yeah. Alright, so this should be like this. Actually, that was dog shit here. Let's do this. You do find it in a place. POD. Replace it with POD. Place all. Alright. Shift Alt Enter. Boom. There they go. All right, and so I initialize it now. That makes sense. Now it's like, give me a class with nothing. There's one way to do it. Then you could just override it. You could say POD is P1. That all that bullshit about like, oh, you can't give it a string and all the string won't inherit the copy. And none of that applies in Python. Python's like, look how easy. Just if you want a POD2, that's the same as POD1. Boom, there you go. Do POD3, which basically just says POD, but you can go ahead and set the variables, whatever you want, or else they'll get the defaults. You could set all three of them, and then you just print them out, format them. Tells you what's up. All right. And then we have another way, because this way we're doing it with a class. That's a name tuple. A lot of approaches to this. Yeah, so it's data classes. All right, let's go. What are we looking at? Int equals. All right, and then what was the other one? All right, so this time we did it with dicks. Didn't have to create a class and do any of that other stuff. So we just said dick 1, there's some values. You can overwrite dick, can set dictionary to be equal to each other. There's 3, there's 4. You know, you don't really need to. Dicks are mutable, so you can keep overwriting one. It's just a different approach to it. Really doesn't, and it doesn't have, it's kind of weird. I remember this is kind of contrived because you just don't have these same issues in Python. It's really important to think about this type of thing that we did here in Rust, but it was just almost just showing that you don't really have to do any of that in Python. All right. And, you know, pretty easy in C++ too, because you just tell it, you're just making a new pod struct every time. All right, and you don't have any of that other weirdness going on either. So we're good here. Initializing a pod object to 0, similar to initializing objects of fundamental types to 0. The braces and equals plus braces approach produce the same code. Fields initialized to 0. You cannot use the equals 0 approach with plain old data structures. The following will not compile because it's expressly forbidden in the language rules. Pod struct initialize pod equals 0. You can do the empty braces. Got it. Don't care. Initialize pods to arbitrary values. I think that's what we've got going on. Yes, and then we can get into arrays. And then we're going to talk about the taxonomist. I remember the taxonomist. Cool. All right, so let's take another quick break. We're churning right along today. We'll start here. When we come back, I'm gonna grab a quick bite to eat, and let's see what's going on the YouTubes. Actually, I'll leave this on the stream. This is the new Cameron drop.
On yourself like every day, don't take no days off. If you stay true to everything you want, watch how it pays off. Working on my dreams like I'm afraid of getting laid off. Work on inner peace and watch that. You just preparate. I'm just trying to see my niggas win. I'm trying to motivate. Keep working on yourself like every day, don't take no days off. If you stay true to everything you want, watch how it pays off. Working on my dreams like I'm afraid of getting laid off. Work on inner peace and watch that. You just preparate. I'm just trying to see my niggas.
That's dope. Tracking Jesus in the Holy Land. Shout out to Derek from Mythvision. Yo, I'm fucking starving. All right, look, we're going Uncle Bobby time. I'll be right back. Gotta grab food.
Why are you still with them? And then you know what happens? Eventually you're just like, you know what? I love you. We're still friends. Next time you talk about Susie, the next time you talk about Jack, I'm just going to say, let's eat some nachos. You don't want to hear it anymore, do you? That is exactly what Donald Trump is. If at this point, gang, 6 years removed from the Donald Trump presidency, if you were not aware that Donald Trump was a sack of shit, you are beyond help. You are beyond help. And this fuckface is a goddamn former police officer. He must have sucked at his job. He's just now figuring out that Donald Trump may have some character issues. If that's the case, he was a police officer that would show up at a murder scene, and the fuckface would run out of the house and sit here and say, I just murdered my entire family. I fucked them all the way up. The fuckface is sitting there with a bloody butcher knife, and he sits there and says, hey, fuckface Officer Tatum, you'll never guess what I just did. Now, let me show you some fucking pictures. Now, you see right there? I just fucking killed my spouse. You see that? I just fucked up all my children. You see that? Ooh, I was that a cat or a dog? I don't even know. I fucked that fuckface all the way up. You know what the Officer Tatum would say? We need to conduct a further investigation. After all the shit that Donald Trump has done, we still have to have the discussion on maybe there's some character flaws. Why would he meet with Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos? Give me a fucking Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is an out-and-out fucking racist. Stephen Miller is an out-and-out fucking racist. Fuckface Marjorie Taylor Fuckface Green is an out-and-out fucking racist. Lauren fucking Boebert, the toilet paper that I just flushed that had used excrement has more moral fucking character than Lauren Fuckface Boebert. Look at all the people that are surrounding Donald Trump, that have supported Donald Trump. Which part of that resume says that man is a quality person? Much less the President of the United States. Roll the tape. We're not making it through this.
And it's not because whether he's better than the other guys or not. It's because if we are continuing to be divided, we're not going to win anything. We're not. Because the Democrats are not divided. They will get behind Jimmy the Cricket if he ran for president. They got behind Joe Biden. He's dead. He's literally a corpse. And there is no Democrat that said, no, Joe Biden. And the Democrats that say yes to Biden. There's not a split like in the Republican Party. There's no never Bidens. It don't exist. They all jumped on a bandwagon for Joe Biden. And he's literally walking around dead.
Okay, pause the tape. We may end this one soon. First and foremost, the reason why there are no never Bidens, you cannot compare the two persons. You just can't. You can show me some character flaws, some shit that he did wrong, the blase and the flavonoids. Joe Biden is not Donald Trump. That's just it. That is just it. And this bullshit that he's walking around dead. The difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is only a handful of years. And I didn't like it when they did it to Trump. I don't like it when they do it to Biden. This bullshit that one has got dementia, you see Trump trip over words. And again, the only difference between a celebrity or a politician and your layperson is that when the layperson trips over words, we never hear about it. When a politician or a celebrity does it, we get to sit here and say, were they drinking too much? But you guys remember the Paula Abdul interview, right? She was drunk. She was answering. No, look into that. Look into that. For someone who's done interviews before, let me tell you how this works, how it can work. Paula Abdul, and IC, whatever the fuck, long story short, she had someone talking to her in her ear. All the while, you see her, she's interacting with the person that you see on the screen. She's listening to both conversations. She's answering the conversation in her ear. But she looks confused because this person's like, Paula Abdul, do you like ice cream? This person in her ear is like, who's your favorite football team? And you see Paula Abdul, she's kind of confused. And you're like, I like, chocolate New Orleans Saints. And like, she was drunk. She was all kinds of fucked up. No, she was having two conversations at the exact same time. The only difference between celebrities and people in the spotlight and the layperson, when the layperson fucks up, we never hear about it. My point is, I didn't like when they did it to Trump. Because again, you know what this is like, gang? I remember there was a picture of Ivanka Trump. It was a very form-fitting sweater. It was light, like a white or tan, and it was very cold. Because, gang, her nipples were like this. They were like cones. People circulated that, and I can't lie. One of my followers forwarded it to me, waiting for me to trash it. And I was like, don't send me this garbage. Ivanka Trump has got a laundry list of character defaults, but I'm not going to sit here and bash her for her body acting like, a body. When it's cold, nipples get hard. Period. End of story. That's a cheap shot. Same thing. Joe Biden does not have dementia. Donald Trump was not brain damaged. Donald Trump's just a piece of shit. But this bullshit that Joe Biden's already dead. He's just a corpse. He has dementia. Blah, 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 blah. Get the party of family values. You are showing exactly what your family values are. A little bit longer, gang. Roll the tape.
And they're acting like they don't see it. If we don't come together, Mitch McConnell, Donald Trump, we don't have to agree with each other. There has to be a consensus. There has to be, let me sit down at the table and figure out our differences, Mitch McConnell. We got to figure this out, because I can't just be so prideful. If I was Donald Trump, and I was saying this to myself, I can't be so prideful that I say, F these rhinos, we can do it without them. Well, as we saw in the midterm, we can't do it without some support from the other side of the Republican Party. Because money, unless...
Pause the tape. Here's my problem with the rhino shit. It's kind of like no true Scotsman with Christians, right? As it turns out, and if you don't know what rhino is, Republican in name only. It turns out a rhino Republican is one that doesn't jerk Donald Trump off. What a coinkydink. It's like, you can't be serious. You mean to sit here and tell me that the definition of not a real Republican is someone who does not tote? Adam Kinzinger, in the beginning of the Republican, the Trumplican reign, we thought he was a piece of shit. Liz Cheney, we thought she was a piece of shit. You want to know why? She was a piece of shit. But Adam Kinzinger and, about to say Nancy Pelosi, I'm getting so tired. Who did I just say? And Liz Cheney. The first two Republicans, Trumplicans, to come out and say, I'm starting to think that Donald Trump isn't a really good guy. All of a sudden, you're not a real Republican. Because a real Republican, by today's definition, is one who, no matter what Trump says or does, you're going to sit here and carry a spit bucket. But we're starting to figure out that's not as profitable as what we once thought. People are starting to figure out that Donald Trump has some character flaws, and Donald Trump can possibly sink the Republican chance to get it to the next level. So they're starting to back away from the dude. Rhinos? No. It's just quite simply the Republicans that won't jerk Donald Trump off. Roll the tape.
We raise the money. We don't have the financial structure to do it. Look at our candidates. Herschel Walker outspent by double. And when I say double, Herschel Walker has raised $32 million. He's been outspent by Warnock by double that. Warnock has double the money. I said this weeks ago. Arizona, Blake Masters versus Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly got like 6 times. He got 7 times. No, not 7. Yeah. Hold on, let me see. I know he got 10 times. Almost 10 times the money that Blake Masters was able to raise. Mark Kelly raised $75 million. Blake Masters raised like $9 million. Almost 10 times as much. No way you're gonna win like that.
So
Kerry Lake got outspent.
Okay.
You know, in Nevada we got outspent in the senator's race. I think the senator raised like $32 million. The Republican senator raised
Fast forward.
Democrats message is not resonating with people anymore. Not us, but the rest of the people. Some reason, somehow, the Trump message, they have demonized him so much that so many people are not.
Pause the tape, in the tape. I can't listen to this bullshit anymore. It's not resonating. Fuckface, in a perfect world, it should have never resonated, but it did. And this is, I told you, the only thing I give Donald Trump credit for is that he has exposed us for the hypocritical sacks of shit that we actually are. You can't sit here and talk about you're the party to fucking family values. And I don't get to define Christianity, but the evangelical group jumped all on the Trump train. 2 feet, both hands, and mouth wide the fuck open. They wanted all that Trump jizz. The reason why the Trump message isn't resonating is because it should have fucking never resonated in the first place. But again, I give him credit. I do, because Donald Trump exposed us for the hypocritical sacks of shit that we actually are. Gang, Uncle Bobby has only given you, I guess, one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's going to give you one big motherfucking solution. Trump supporters and Donald Trump, shut the fuck up. It's really taken some of y'all 6 years to get to this point. Why does the brain damaged C student have to be the one to tell you that you're fucked up? If you want a good leader, you need to start out with a good person. Donald Trump was neither of those. And again, I don't care what meager accomplishment list that you can trot out in front of me. It's not worth what's going on today. In my short life, I can honestly tell you, I have never seen racism so socially fucking acceptable. And that's saying a lot because I'm a 50-year-old man from the fucking South. Donald Trump made hate and racism and misogyny okay. We're talking about a man and a political party.
Talk about some East Coast shit, folks. It is goddamn bagel time. And I agree with Uncle Bobby here, man. All you Trump supporters can seriously go fuck off. And listen, folks, we're trying to get to know each other better. But I don't want to know if you're not subscribed to Uncle Bobby. The link is in the fucking description. Go down there, click the fucking link, subscribe. Look, I'm showing you. I'm fucking showing you. I'm fucking showing you. All you gotta do is go to the video, go to the description, show more. Look at that. Gin and Truth on YouTube. You fucking click it, okay? And then you hit subscribe. And you turn on notifications. If you're not subscribed to my co-host by now, you literally don't tell me. Don't tell me, because I'll probably just block you. I'll probably just ban you. Just go subscribe and act like you were always subscribed. Fucking fake it till you make it. But yeah, folks, I gotta eat something. It's fucking bagel time, man. It's bagel time. All right, let's get caught up on how the world is being ruined.
The Supreme Court just ruled against the EPA in the case West Virginia versus.
What is this? What happened to your video feed, dude? What?
So the Supreme Court just ruled against the EPA in the case West Virginia versus EPA. Now, at the heart of this case is the Clean Air Act, which is a federal air quality law that regulates emissions from factories, power plants, modes of transportation, and so on. It also gave the EPA the authority to establish national air quality standards. Now, since the 1970s, the Clean Air Act has been responsible for a 73% improvement in air quality, not to mention reductions in other phenomena like acid rain. That drop in pollution has led to a 6-month increase in life expectancy. Doesn't matter where you're on the political spectrum, all of that seems pretty good, huh? But with this ruling, the 6-3 conservative court has restricted the EPA's ability to enforce the Clean Air Act, the one tool we have to not only protect the environment, but to protect ourselves. So the next time someone tells you that this court is pro-life, let them know that we will invariably be sicker and more people will die because of them. And by the way, for those who think that expanding the court is too radical, I tend to think that what's radical here is a court that sides with polluters over Americans and the air we breathe. So the Supreme Court just ruled against the EPA in the case West Virginia versus EPA.
All right, fuck faces. If you are not subscribed to Brian Taylor Cohen, you need to do so immediately. Immediately. He's absolutely right, though. He's always suited and booted. But lately, I've been seeing him pop up with his little new casual look. Okay, I'm a supporter. I'm with the casual look, man. Go for it. And no, I'm not going to watch the David Pakman Finance channel. I probably should. He could probably help me. David Pakman's getting rid of the panels, which is perfect. It's just in time because we are getting the panels. I'm adopting the panels. All right, we got new shit. Oh, look, what is the topic today? Trump and Kanye. Is that the perfect topic? Is that what I told you? David Blackman is taking over. I have the pulse of the people. I beat you to it, David Pakman. You were probably had one of your little minions watching me to see what I was talking about. And unfortunately, you didn't even have your own little Pinecreek. You don't even have a little shithead in your own community that you could make the shit relevant to. I put a little personal spin and touch on it that you don't have because you're not in touch with the people like I am, David Pakman. But I see you out here trying to talk about the same shit. Go ahead. Let me see what you got.
From inside,
let me see what you got.
Failed former President Donald Trump's
inner circle
shows that Donald Trump
terrifying.
is now furious with Kanye West and is claiming that West tried to F him.
Bro, he rolled up on your house and you sat down with that man on Thanksgiving. All up in the holiday season with Kanye West, bro. Kanye tried to fuck you. I hope you and Kanye fuck each other. You both got some homoerotic, weird ass. Y'all egos is way past normal at this point, so it's something going on. It wouldn't surprise me if both of y'all was a little undercover something. Ain't no shame in it, except you acting shameful about it.
This is going from crazy to even crazier, and it all relates to this white supremacist dinner, as it is now being called. Think of that term now being part of the news cycle for days. Trump's white supremacist dinner, now the subject and triggering factor for his ire against Kanye West, as well as Nick Fuentes and others. Article from NBC News lays it out quite interestingly. The article is called "The Inside Story of Trump's Explosive Dinner with Ye and Nick Fuentes." What was supposed to be a private dinner ended up being a political nightmare. Now, I want to be clear and make sure people know some of the things that are in this article, which seems well enough sourced, let's put it that way, are being denied by Nick Fuentes. But I actually believe that doesn't mean that much because Fuentes may not even be privy to some of what is here. The narrative is compelling. I encourage you to read it, and we're linking to it. It's by Mark Caputo, and it says, just 2 days before Thanksgiving, Trump was planning to have a private, uneventful dinner with an old friend, Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. They arranged to have dinner Tuesday night at Mar-a-Lago after some phone conversations, but Trump may have been walking into a trap. Trump has said he didn't know Fuentes, the white nationalist and anti-Semite, or his background, that West said, hey, he wants to come in and have dinner with us as well. There is a damage control campaign now being put together that the NBC News article explains, but the most interesting part of this comes under this section, "The Master Got Trolled." The headline grabbing attention on his guests and therefore the subsequent fallout were all but ensured by Trump before the dinner when he made a grand entrance at 8 p.m. on November 22nd. Understand that at Mar-a-Lago, there's a table reserved for Trump and his guests. It's in full view of everybody, so it can have all the pomp and circumstance that a narcissist like Donald Trump would want. So there was no question that everybody was going to see who was there, but it ended up not being a happy photo op. Ye criticized Trump for not doing enough to help the Trump rioters. He told Trump to see who was there, so that a narcissist like Donald Trump on November 22nd. Understand that at Mar-a-Lago, there's a table reserved for Trump and his guests. It's in full view of everybody, so it can have all the pomp and circumstance that a narcissist like Donald Trump would want. So there was no question that everybody was going to see who was there, but it ended up not being a happy photo op. Ye criticized Trump for not doing enough to help the Trump rioters. He told Trump he might run for president and that
He criticized him for not doing enough for the Trump rioters. God, the Doug parallels are even stronger than I thought. Why do these people have all the fucked up hatreds at the same time? Right? This is what's fucked up about these people. It's what pissed me off about Doug. He's anti-everything. He's thrown every fucking group under the bus, and nobody's gonna get it until he fucking comes out and says, I fucking hate people, and I hate rich white men, and white men suck, and white men are ruining everything, and I hope I'm triggering white men, and white men can go fuck themselves, and if you're a white man, you can sit on it and rotate. Then they'll be like, all of a sudden, anybody notice that Pinecreek isn't really that great of a person? Anybody notice that this guy kind of offends people just for shit and giggles? But it's the same shit with Kanye. Is the problem just that he's like, I could say anti-Semitic shit and Adidas can't cut me. Bring, bring, bring. Hello? Oh, is this Adidas? No, I said I could say. No, I said I could say. No, but I said I could say anti-Semitic shit. And what you mean you're cutting me? What you mean you're suing me for nearly $300 million? Right? No, of course not. Kanye fucking was fucking wearing his brand new fashion trend. Oh, y'all didn't catch Kanye's new fashion trend? Y'all didn't cop one of them Yeezy White Lives Matter t-shirts? You ain't peep one of those? You ain't get one of them Yeezy White Lives Matter shirts? Y'all remember all the fucked up shit Kanye said when he ran for president last time? Man, where's Kanye's? He was throwing his whole family and all their business under the bus and man. And just like all of them, now he out that same playbook. Hey, well, January 6th wasn't that bad. Hey, Papa Trump, you think you could do a little bit more for those rioters, man? They were here for you, right? Hasn't his girl Candace dropped him? Yeah, Candace probably, his girl Candace probably done fell off. And then also it's what was the other shit with fucking Kanye? Man, I be losing track of Kanye's stupid shit. It's wild. But now he's sitting there apologizing for January 6th himself. Just like these other fuckfaces.
Trump should be his running mate, which infuriated Trump, reportedly, who then attacked Kim Kardashian, Ye's ex-wife. Ye later put out a video saying Trump is really impressed with Nick Fuentes. Fuentes says he praised Trump as my hero and criticized DeSantis. And then the advisor that spoke to NBC characterizes the entire thing as the master troll got trolled. Kanye punked Trump. And there is a section about Milo Yiannopoulos, who I believe may have actually really been the orchestrator of this entire thing. And the most interesting paragraph maybe of the article, Trump fumed afterward that Ye had betrayed him by ambushing him. Quote, he tried to F me. He's crazy. He can't beat me, Trump said, according to one confidant, who then relayed the conversation to NBC News. Trump was totally blindsided, the source said. it was a setup. Supposedly, some in Trump's orbit warned him, don't have dinner with Kanye, who's already under fire for anti-Semitism, the inclusion of Fuentes making it all the more volatile. So, first of all, none of this...
Paul thinks someone is behind Milo and Nick Fuentes befriending Kanye. I'll see you that and raise you. I would not be surprised if it's a pastor or some sort of religious organization.
This is the picture of stability. Kanye's not stable. Trump is certainly not stable. Nobody involved in this thing is even remotely stable. Now, Nick Fuentes is denying that this was overtly a setup, but the truth is that Fuentes may have simply been a pawn in the setup rather than a participant for all we know. This sort of thing has Milo Yiannopoulos' fingerprints all over it, quite frankly. And as you know, I've been in touch with Milo over the years. It's been years since he agreed to come on the program. Multiple times I've invited Milo to come on. He has rejected the offer. He's welcome to come on anytime, and I would love to talk to him about this. But there's a few different things that are important to understand. One, seemingly nothing is below the office of the president at this point in time, okay? Consider how much American politics has changed. In 2004, Democratic primary candidate for President Howard Dean screamed about, we're going to go to Iowa. Roar! You know, he made a noise. He screamed. It ended his campaign. It seems so quaint at this point in time, where Trump is having Kanye West at dinner, and he's surprised that Kanye's even crazier, and then Kanye has a white nationalist in tow, and Milo Yiannopoulos is involved, and they're having this dinner in a public setting where everybody could see. So politics has changed dramatically in the United States, that's for sure. And by the way, imagine being Trump and ending up surprised that Kanye is even crazier than you are. Like, it's sort of like a race to the bottom here that's going on. So who set up whom? It's not completely clear at this point in time, but what does seem very clear is that, you know, Trump never had a great team around him. His 2016 team wasn't a great team. They did end up getting him elected, and we have to give them credit for that. Trump's 2020 team was even worse. They failed to get him elected. I don't know who's around Trump at this point in time for what is a very early start to his 2024 campaign, but either it's a disastrous team or Trump simply doesn't listen to them, which would be pretty on brand with what we've learned about Donald Trump. Wacky, wacky times. And I don't think these types of stories are going to go away. And we have to devote just a couple of minutes to the continued middle of the night rantings from Donald Trump. Let's talk about that momentarily. Good habits have to be sustainable in order to become habits. It has to be something you'll actually do. And when it comes to nutrition, some people have hours to plan out every meal, their exact vitamin intake. I'm not doing any of that. I don't have the time. Here's what's sustainable for me. I start my day with just a single scoop of AG1 from Athletic Greens. It gives me the entire day's worth of the 75 high quality vitamins, minerals, and probiotics I want from whole food sources. It's just simple. It's just one scoop
bagel
of
time
AG1.
was wonderful, gang.
I get all the nutrients
I'm gonna go grab myself another energy drink.
Use my
My dad wants to play cards at 7, so we'll make sure we get going by around 5 here. Push through this last couple hours here and
nutrients and vitamins you
Been a good
likely
day.
want. Vitamin A, C, E, magnesium, zinc, potassium.
All right.
In one simple
so I need a
scoop.
little smoke break. It's okay. We always take a longer break after working a few hours. I'm trying to get my health. Come on, Carrie Ann. I'm taking a lunch break and shit, trying to keep it reasonable.
Battles. The House Ways and Means Committee finally has access to former President Trump's tax returns. The Treasury Department said yesterday it has complied with a Supreme Court order that allows the committee to view the documents. A Democrat on the panel tells NBC News committee members expect to learn more about
I checked it yesterday, Trump. We're good.
Meeting later today. At
Punk.
this point, it's
I said, did I say
unclear
Trump? Punk.
what
Sorry.
Democrats plan to do with the documents. And Republicans on the committee have said they're not interested in Trump's tax records. And what
All right, I'm going to go grab my drink real quick.
At this point, and what's of interest, do you think, to them? What are they looking for the most?
I mean, look, the Trump tax returns are like the big white whale Democrats have wanted for years. There's a lot of things they could do with them. One, know how much he's paid in taxes, if he's paid taxes. Now, he might argue, look, I've worked the system. The system's
That's right.
broken.
I'm smart. That's what he said.
Yeah,
that was a campaign thing.
That's true, and that's what he'll do, and I think they know that. But they can also call him out as a fraud. I mean, this is a guy who says he is a hugely successful businessman. Well, let's see. And your tax returns do tell you that. So we'll see what they do. My bet is they're going to really dive into it and figure out how to trickle this out.
Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, Jim Messina, there's also, again, he could say, well, you know, I know how to game the system so well I didn't pay taxes all these years. There were also, of course, the New York Times reports a couple of years ago that I believe it was during the 1980s and parts of the 1990s, he lost more money than any other American that whose tax returns they were going through. I mean, he was just a colossal failure as a businessman, any way you put it.
This is like terrible news for Donald Trump right at the wrong time. You have the New York Attorney General looking into his taxes and his corporate stuff. Jen's exactly right. You put the smart people on the investigative committee on these tax returns, and they're going to find the things that he said in New York that are different than what he said in his taxes. He's going to go straight at this corporate issue at exactly the wrong time. And it goes to his absolute underbelly of a problem, which is he's always been a liar. He's always been a guy who just says one thing and does exactly the other, and voters are starting to wake up to this.
Whoops. Sorry. Now, gang, look, a lot of you are like me. We have been through this road. Paul, I don't know why you're in timeout. That's weird. Nobody put you in timeout. Maybe somebody did accidentally. If they did, for they like went to silence a bot or something. Oh yeah, you were timed out by the bot for 5 minutes. Yeah, it was a bot thing. All right. Yeah. That's the bot said you posted a link. All right. Hang on. I'll make you a mod. You could post links if you need to. Sorry about that, Paul. All right, so a lot of y'all are like me, right? And Trump seems to, as much of a failure of a businessman as he is, apparently he stroked off enough people and made enough people enough money that he seems to be the Teflon Don who, you know, he's never going to get caught with anything, right? And I don't want to gas your hopes up because I'm with y'all. You know, the system is designed to make sure people like Trump continue to be able to get away with their shit. Quite frankly, it has nothing to do with Trump, and it has to do with the fact that he's part of, I hate to say it, an elite criminal class, right? It's an elite criminal class. And even though he is publicly exposed in a way that very few others in that elite criminal class are, that elite criminal class contains a lot of powerful people. And so if Trump is held accountable for what he's done, it opens the door for a lot of powerful people to be held accountable for a lot of shit. Now, the difference is Trump has fucked up so much and gone out so far on so much shit that he's got himself into a place where really they can get him without threatening the system that protects most of the powerful elite criminal class. Because most of them don't go this far. They don't find themselves exposed on this many things, right? You know, they know how to isolate their shit and keep it buried, basically. So the potential, though, that I want y'all to be aware of And it's only a chance, right? It's a roll of the dice. I'm not saying it's likely or probable, but it's possible. It could be the case, y'all, that rather than it be justice denied, it's simply justice delayed. And it could be this sweet thing where all Trump's chickens start coming home to roost one after the other, and this man goes down in historic flames. And it's possible because that January 6th shit is real. It needed to be the slow burn that it was so that the bipartisan committee could go through the whole song and dance and then formally recommend charges. That way it could be a apolitical bipartisan process when the Justice Department does whatever the fuck they do. We needed to wait for some of these other trials of the organizers to go through the court. That way, when we go after the people at the highest levels, we can use what's happened in these other cases, like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers trial, all of that type of shit, to establish more of a solid factual basis for the higher level organization, right? The tax shit was a problem because he used his shelter of the presidency, and it took a long time post his presidency and all this other shit to finally get these taxes. But we know this tax thing has been in the workings for a long time. It didn't go anywhere. Other shit started to dominate the headlines, and they had to wait for the things to shift a little bit. But that tax thing didn't go anywhere, and now we finally got the next step on that, where, okay, now we're going to actually get a hold of these taxes, right? Even the shit with Kanye, right? Trump is getting back on Twitter, back on social media, just in time to blow his shit all the way up all over again. Just in time. He's already parlaying with the worst of the worst in his fake-ass presidential desk. So it's a real possibility. I don't like it any more than you guys do, but I've played the legal political game, even at a smaller scale, close enough to know some things you just have to go through the process. If you got 70 days for some paperwork to be turned around, and you on the Trump legal team, that shit is not getting turned around a day sooner than day 71. You know, if you could delay the proceedings, withhold the things, file 1,500 motions, you know, ain't a single one of them going to be successful. You file every single one of them goddamn motions. That's what you do, because you have to go to your client and say, literally, we threw the kitchen sink at it. We tried everything possible. We tried shit that shouldn't even work. We tried the probable, the likely, the unlikely, and the Hail Marys. We tried all of that shit, and they're going to do that. That's what his legal team, again, they're defending a former president. Right, wrong, or indifferent, they're defending a former president. So you have to make sure all of those every stone is turned over, every I is dotted, every T is crossed, every, period of response is respected, every, legal ramification. Okay, well, we requested this document, then we subpoenaed this document, then we issued a search warrant for this document. Then we round that bitch back and went through them steps all over again to get you know what I'm saying? So let's be real. His chickens could be coming home to roost. And it really matters because he's still right now the de facto leader of the Republican Party. And like I said, if you're really concerned, if you tell me you're really concerned about Trump's presidency, if you tell me Trump's presidency is the worst thing we could live through, I'm going to ask you one simple question. Which Trump presidency are you talking about? The last one or the next one? So yeah, I'm pretty optimistic and hopeful that they got to get his ass, and I have to be, because they need to get his ass, because I don't even want him as an option. I don't even want his ass in the picture. But I'm real fucked up with mine, y'all. Y'all want to know how shady I am? I'm gonna tell you how all the way shady I am with mine. Let me just tell y'all right now how fucking shady I am with my shit. Heal Energy. You wanna know how Heal takes care of this? Heal Energy takes care of this as I line up all of these ducks. Now this ain't gonna happen, but you want a conspiracy? I'm gonna tell you how you do this. I'm lining up all of these ducks, all of them. I get them all in line, I get Trump on his tax shit. I put it through the committees, all of that shit. I make sure we got his ass. All right, you got his ass, shut the fuck up. All right, cool. I go through some January 6th committee shit, turn that shit over to the Justice Department. Yeah, I need to know if he interfered with the peaceful transition of power. I need to know if he if there was an insurrection. I need to know if he attempted a coup. I need to know if he organized, if he's behind the threats on Mike Pence's life. Okay, you got him, shut the fuck up. All right, Mary Trump. Get on in here, Mary Trump. Yeah, sit your ass down. Yeah, what was you saying about your uncle being fucked up in the family? Oh, he fucked over the family. Yeah, he did all the corrupt, shady shit. He fucked over the family. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and he fucked over your disclosure. Yeah. Cool, you got him all lined up. Yeah, go shut the fuck up. All right, cool, thank you. Who's next? Hey, ex-wives. Yeah, it turns out, y'all name is on it. Yeah, I don't know, but y'all name is on a lot of this tax shit he did because y'all was married to his ass. So what you got to offer? Oh yeah, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah. And more of them ex-girlfriends. And more about them affairs. Yep. Shady business dealings. Yep, all of that. Oh yeah, more shit with them pedophile rings. Yeah, what else you got? Cool. Like that. Go sit your ass over there and shut the fuck up. Right? Why am I doing this, y'all? Because once I know all his ducks coming home to roost, Nah, not now. Not now. December of 2022? Oh, no, after the midterms? Oh, y'all could go fuck all the way off with that. Nah. Nope. What are we doing? Paperwork, yeah. I thought y'all were pursuing Trump on this. Yeah, but it turns out, we got to make sure we go over these filing periods. Yeah, you know what? I think something happened and we missed a couple of, I know you got to dot them I's and cross them T's. Yeah, we missed a couple, and it turns out we got to re-go over everything. Yeah, we got to go over everything again. Yeah, sorry, we're going to be a minute. Why, y'all? I don't want his ass in 2022. I don't even want his ass in 2023. Not me. Not old Shady J. Put Shady J in charge of this conspiracy. How we gonna fuck Trump? Oh, no. We're gonna wait till he gets all the way in the Republican primaries. Deep into the Republican primaries. Oh, yeah, and I'm gonna sit all the way back at home like this, watching with my popcorn. Oh, this is beautiful. Doop. I'm watching all them debates and shit. All of them, popcorn ready, drinking, smoking, having a good time. Yep. And I'm sitting here with the atheist prayer, y'all. I'm praying to Jesus, Muhammad, Gandhi, Allah, all of them. Please, Lord, let Donald Trump win the Republican primary in 2024. Please, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, I'll come back to church. I'll do the holy water, the foot washing, visit the sick, all that shit. Just please let Trump win the Republican nomination for 2024. Yep, go ahead, Trump. Kicking back in 2024. Yep. And then right about September, boom. Boom! Oh yeah, we gonna drop that other shoe on his ass, y'all. Boom! Drop that other shoe on his ass. Why? Way too late for the Republicans to do anything other than scramble. No, why fuck him now? No, don't fuck him now and let him get behind Pence or Marjorie Trader Green or fuckface Ron DeSantis or whoever they're going to tell us is the next Trumpleton hero, and then give him fucking 2 years to fundraise and rally the troops and embrace the post-Trump era. No. Nope. Nope. I'm letting him take the entire Republican Party and their 2024 ambitions right down with his ass by holding all of the roasting of his ass till the very last minute. Trump, you want to fuck around? Two can play that game, Trump. You want to fuck around and delay shit? You want to fuck around and not let us take care of the shit before the midterms, huh, Trump? You want to not participate in shit, huh? Oh, you don't want to show up to testify to shit? Cool. Good for you. Let him sit his ass on home. Oh, you want to play the waiting game? Two can play the motherfucking waiting game, right-wingers. Two can play the motherfucking waiting game. Jay Bundy's shady ass will wait till right about fucking September of 2024. Maybe even, let me get real spiteful and pull that shit in early October. With just enough time to sink his ass going into the general election. Hopefully, he can't even be on the fucking ballot at that point. Because hopefully he'll be going to jail or prison, like a real long sentence, or about to go seriously bankrupt and just sink his whole shit at the very last minute with absolutely no time for the Republican Party to fucking rebound from it. None. That's how a shady motherfucker like me would do it. Absolutely strategic with the timing. Leave them nah. It's like a football game, y'all. Like, right? It's like that football. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's like the football game where it's like the last team with the score gonna win. So y'all coming down. You know the game is close. Maybe the game is tied or some shit. And what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna score a touchdown. But are you gonna score a touchdown and leave them 5 minutes on the clock so that they could come back and score another touchdown and send it in overtime? Fuck no. What you doing? You handing the ball off to the running back. Go ahead, run your little ass through the pile. Up. Oh, they tackled our running back. Oh, I wish we could go further, but we can't. Guess another 40 seconds comes off the play clock. Next play, hand it right on off to that running back. More time coming up. Get into that red zone. What do? Hand it right on off to that running back. Where's Uncle Bobby? Uncle Bobby can tell us about this good old football right here. Run it right on up the middle. More time coming up the clock. About fucking 45 seconds left on the clock. Go to turn it off to the running back. Oh, shit. Play action pass to the tight end in the corner of the end zone. Touchdown. Squib kick. Lead them motherfuckers 20 seconds to sit there holding their fucking nuts. Throw a couple of Hail Mary passes. See you later. I'm shady as a motherfucker. Go ahead, Trump. Keep playing that fucking waiting game. You ain't bothering me not one bit.
Worst part is he's now got real people with subpoena power with these taxes who are not going to stop. And whatever they have when Republicans take over,
not going to stop.
The New York Attorney General, and she's going to continue this investigation.
So she is not
get a sense of
fucking
where he got his money from as well,
around.
perhaps?
We'll see better than we have how he built his business and to what extent he really built something real as opposed to a licensing operation in recent years. But you just feel, looking at the tax issue and the whole range of political problems that Trump has, that the air is just going out of this balloon. We're watching, finally, I think, the real deflation of the Trump myth. As a financial wizard, as a political wizard, people are not as afraid of him as they were. You see that. I was in a bipartisan group of members of Congress last night, and it was a different feeling than I've had in the last few years. People Republicans really willing to criticize him and tell the truth about it.
Yeah, people kind of cringing a little bit more, even some Republicans going, I just don't know if I need this anymore. Willie?
So let's turn to Arizona. Joe mentioned it a minute ago, kind of an astounding story where one county is delaying the certification of its midterm election results, which could have unintended consequences for a number of Republicans who have won. Cochise County, Arizona, reportedly refused to certify its results earlier this week, citing voter fraud without any evidence. If the county does not certify its votes by December 8th, Secretary of State and Governor-elect Katie Hobbs has said the votes of the nearly 50,000 residents will not be included in the final tally. So without those votes, two close races would flip from Republican victories to Democratic wins. Arizona's 6th congressional district, where Republicans gained a seat, instead would go to a Democrat. Also would flip the race for state superintendent of public instruction from a Republican victory to a Democrat. So, Katty K, you've spent a lot of time in Arizona. You were there for a good part of the summer covering Kari Lake and everything that Republicans are doing out there and continue to do. So just to sort of recap this story, they're protesting because they say there was voter fraud. There was not. There's no evidence of that. They're going to withhold those votes and by doing so, lose themselves 2 elections that they won.
Yeah, this is holding yourself to purity in politics in a way that is completely destructive to your own party, it seems. Because if they go ahead with this, they're enabling Democrats to have more power, not less, which is presumably exactly the opposite of what they want. What's fascinating at the moment is watching Kari Lake, because she's become, when I interviewed her over the summer and spent time with her, she was bombastic, reveled in the fight, reveled in owning the libs.
Supremely confident.
Supremely confident in a way that was kind of brash. She's actually she is I would say she's a very skillful retail politician. I've seen her work a room with voters, and she's really good at it. So you shouldn't write her off, I think, as a political force because of this, because she has a talent there. But just watching her Twitter feed recently and the videos that have come out of it, she's subdued. She's not defeated, but she's not fighting anymore. There's a real tell.
Yeah, you definitely, Joe, see something going on behind the eyes, sort of. You know, you can
a little defeated.
A little defeated, but still kicking.
Well, how fascinating, though, she finds herself alone. All the election deniers, the major election deniers, all lost their elections. And I know a lot of Republicans thought they were going to own the libs. It's all about owning the libs. Jim Messina, how fascinating that now
she's a real up-and-comer in the fascist talent market, you know.
She had a restaurant being shouted at, and after buying the expensive sushi, throwing it away, thinking he was owning the libs by not eating the expensive sushi that he paid for.
He's so Chandler.
This takes it to, I guess, its natural conclusion where they're now wanting to own the libs by losing elections directly. I mean, but you look at this, you just overall, conservatives, Trumpers have built this cottage industry where they're like, okay, well, we can make millions of dollars owning the libs, writing books. We can make millions of dollars owning the libs, doing podcasts. We can make millions of dollars owning the libs on a cable news primetime show. We can make millions of dollars owning the libs, starting websites, which is all great. I mean, they can, right? If that's what they want to do. We find out, though, it loses.
But when are we going to both sides this thing? When am I going to get my millions for owning the right wingers, for owning the conservatives? You know, when's that going to start to pay off? All right, initializing plain old datas with arbitrary values. You can initialize fields to arbitrary values using braced initializers. The arguments within braced initializers must match types with POD members. The order of arguments from left to right matches the order of members from top to bottom. Any omitted members are zeroed. Members A and B initialized to 42 and hello after the initialization of initialized POD3, and C is zeroed, set to false because you omitted it from the braced initialization. The initialization of initialized pod 4 includes an argument for C, true, so its value is set to true after initialization. This is just the example that they showed us before. Right here. The equals plus braces initialization works identically. For example, you could replace 4 with this. All right. So where's the one? I guess the one they're showing us is whatever. Doesn't matter. You can only omit fields from right to left, so the following won't compile. Right, because true is a Boolean, and that would fit argument C and not B. B is expecting a string, right, a character. So if you pass them in the wrong order, it will reject the Boolean value. All right, you cannot use parentheses. All right, cool. To initialize PODs, the following will not compile. All right, let's get busy now because we're going to be using arrays a lot. So that's something we're going to want to get into. Start talking about containers in all of our programs here. You initialize arrays like PODs. The main difference between array and POD declarations is that arrays specify length. Recall that this argument goes in square brackets. When you used braced initializers to initialize arrays, the length argument becomes optional. The compiler can infer the size argument from the number of braced initializer arguments. Listing 2.5 illustrates some ways to initialize an array. So you can do a main, you can do an array with the open and closed brackets. It will infer the length from the number of arguments. You can tell it explicitly. An array of an array of integers, which is of length 5, and it's empty, so it'll be 5 zeros. Integer array here with 5 values, and then you're giving it 1, 2, 3, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 0, 0, because it'll just by definition say you want 1, 2, and 3 to be the first 3 values, and then since it's length 5, it'll automatically make the other 0. Then you can do int array of 5, which will also give you array of length 5 with uninitialized values, which I guess you could want sometimes. But we normally go with probably this one, or even like something like this with all 5s, something like this with all zeros, really explicit. An array of length 5 with is currently set to 5 zeros. Like, just make it nice and readable. The array 1 has, I wonder if, like, I don't think so, but I'm wondering, like, I know I have this set pretty big. Yeah, I'm going to keep it big because it's easier to read on stream. If I made it smaller, you could see some of the text with the same examples, but it'll just be harder to read. It won't be worth it. All right. But basically now it's just going to summarize these 3 different things. So it has those bubbles. 1 is referring to this one, 2, 3, and 4. The array 1 has length 3 and its elements equal 1, 2, and 3. The array 2 has length 5 because you specified the length argument. The braced initializer is empty, so all 5 elements initialize to 0. The array 3 also has length 5, but the braced initializer is not empty. It contains 3 elements, so the remaining 2 elements initialize to 0. The array 4 has no braced initializer, so it contains uninitialized objects. Yeah, that's what we just talked about. Pretty good. Whether array 4 is initialized or not actually depends on the same rules as does initializing a fundamental type. The object storage duration, which you'll learn about in object storage duration on page 89, determines the rules. We'll wait till then. You don't have to memorize these rules if you're explicit about initialization. Exactly. You don't have to memorize these rules if you're explicit about initialization. So, which we pretty much always are. Fully featured classes, because again, you know, we're come from that Python world where explicit is better than implicit anyway. So that's just the thing I kind of just will tend to do. Fully featured classes, unlike fundamental types and PODs, fully featured classes are always initialized. In other words, one of a fully featured class's constructors always gets called during initialization. One of a fully featured, unlike fundamental types in PODs, fully featured classes are always initialized, right? In other words, one of a fully featured class's constructors always gets called during initialization. Which constructor is called depends on the arguments given during initialization. The class in 226 helps clarify how to use fully featured classes. All right, so we have a struct, taxonomist. You can use struct still to get the full class features. It doesn't matter which keyword. But we'll use class for ours. Taxonomist, which is one change, which is kind of cool. I'm ready to introduce that change. It's fine. Should be fun. Struct, taxonomist, returns a taxonomist. There's the constructor. We'll always know because it has the same name as the struct. Printf, there's no argument. All right, so that just prints that there's no argument. That's all it does when it gets constructed, so that you know the constructor ran. And then you can initialize it with a character. So you have a different. So this is a no argument initializer. Then you have a character initializer. So it'll print the character as X. So you say there's a character, call it X. Then you printf the character in the string formatter. All right, then you do one with an integer called X. And this will print the integer, and then one with the float called X, and then print the float. Now, what's cool about this is like this is demonstrating that whole thing of constructors constructing with multiple types. And it's going to be very interesting when we get into the other languages. All right, so here we go. A class announcing which of its several constructors gets called during initialization. The taxonomist class has 4 constructors. If you supply no argument, the constructor with no argument gets called. If you supply a character, int, or float during initialization, the corresponding constructor gets called, 2, 3, or 4 respectively. In each case, the constructor alerts you with the printf statement. Listing 227 initializes taxonomist using different syntaxes and arguments. All right, so we'll do that in a second because that's the main function. So let's write this first. And I actually think we have this, so let's pull it because I want to make sure I use the code that I've written, especially since we've been typing. All right, so let's go to 26, this should be. Fully featured classes, yeah. All right, so we have a struct, taxonomist, printf, no arguments, taxonomist, character, X, prints the character, and then these little percent things, these are they're like we call them string formatters. They're just string formatters, and there's a different one depending on the data type you use. So this is the one for characters, it's %C. This is the one for integers, it's the %sign in D. Remember, it's in reverse order, so it's almost like, it's kind of like you guys are used to with the chat commands, right? Like where putting this out of order actually makes it a special command. And so, and then if it's a float, it's %sign F, right? So, and then we have the main function, which is what the thing is going to show us next. But basically, you can create taxonomist. You can just call, say, hey, I need a taxonomist. And if you pass it no argument, it'll use this constructor. If you pass it a character like C, it'll use this one. If you give it this integer, it'll use this decimal one. Give it this as a float, it'll use the float. G and L will also go back to then using the character. And, taxonomist with this one. What is 7 going to use? No argument. Let's go. And then taxonomist T8 declares a function that's yet to be defined and returns an object of type taxonomist. Don't do this. All right, let's get into that. That's going to be interesting. All right, run this bitch. Control F5. Let's go. Did I actually, like, why did it show me? Oh, because I told it to print it. When it runs it, it prints it. When it initializes, we put prints in the initializers. Got it. All right. I was like wondering like, what we're going to see. All right, cool. So, character, wait. Oh, no argument is first. Okay, there we go. So no argument is first, character, integer, float, character, and then no argument. Yeah. All right, and then we'll also see, I guess, in the book what's going on with T8. Let's go see real quick what we did with this in the other languages. So let's go Rust first. We'll go, this example was fine. Let's go look at our, let's take a quick peek at initialize arrays because we didn't look at that. Trust it, this window. Okay. Array initialization in Rust. Perfecto. Arrays in Rust are fixed size, just like C++. And Rust requires that every element in an array is initialized to a valid value when the array is initialized, right? So it has to be initialized to a value. The results of these requirements is array initialization in Rust is a much deeper topic than it would seem. All right. All right, let's look at this. So we've got the literals, let underscore, that's the array notification, just the square brackets, equals 1, 2, 3. Here's one with the string 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is where the fact that string doesn't have a copy method is going to come in. Instead, this one is of length 3. It's a string from 1, string from 2, string from 3. Which is actually pulling a string argument, string function from like a struct that you're referring to in a module, rather than this reference. So random number generator. And then this makes an array of length 3 of random numbers. Sweet. The simplest method of creating an array is to explicitly set a value for each element. If this fits your use case, you should use it. Beyond that, there's not much to add here, so let's move on. T:(n), where T:(copy). Let's see. Array of unsigned integers of length 8. So it should be 0, 3. I think this is where you're setting 0 as the initial value and saying there's 3 of them. Then there's option U8, 3. I don't know why I'd use that. None. That almost seems like it'd be 3 uninitialized. I wonder what the difference is. U8, 100,000 zeros. This works for any array size. If you need an array initialized with the same value repeated for each element and the type of value contained in the array implements the copy trait, Rust supports the shorthand syntax shown above. this one. This is the shorthand syntax. This is short for this. All right. One important. All right, so let's do this. This is a shorthand random number generator. These are not strings, so copy method is supported. One important thing to note is this example is that the copy happens after the random number generator method is evaluated. Let me see. So you do random number, random number, random number. This means that all three elements in this array contain the same value. Ah, right. So it runs random number generator once and then copies it 3 times rather than getting 3 new ones. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that is very. You got to be aware of that. It's interesting. A lot of people might think this gives you 3 different random numbers. To do that, you'd have to do like this. You know what? I want to see this real quick. Just give me. I wonder, like. New. Give me a Rust file. Oh my goodness, I'm not on the timer at all, bro. All love, Jay. Here, skip break, go 25. Oh, I was in T-line actually. Name it Scratch. All right. Do you want to add? No. Go away. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do print line. Don't remember how to format it. Let's just say hello world. Nope, it runs the main always. It's like what do you? This does not how we do it. Actually, so there probably is like a terminal REPL thing where I could do this in Rust. I'm sure there is, but yeah, let's look into that real quick. Rust command line. Can you do Rust from a command line? Oh yeah, and there's like the Rust playground or something. Rust playground. Yeah, even then it puts it in the main function. That's cool. All right, so what did I want to check out real fast? I wanted to look at this. All right, so let RNGs 1 equal UA8 3. God, this is not how any of this works. RNG gen wait, that. I don't know how to do that. probably looks like dog shit. Let's see. Let da-da-da, da-da-da. U83 equals 2 squares. All right, it's an array. It needs to go like a thing. It's not Python. Boom. I mean, not C. Plus. I don't know why I hit save. Run that bitch. Expected 1 of 7 possible tokens. Fuck that right up. Why do I keep hitting save? Run that bitch. Okay. Yeah, that's what I did think that was gonna happen because I didn't import the generator. How do I get this RN? Let's just say Rust. I'm sure there's a crate for it. It'll be interesting to see how to get it into the let's see if this does it. Nope. Okay. Actually, this set right here is the one, I think. Stop hitting save. Yeah, I don't know how to get this in there. Got no idea. Let's see how I did this here. No, I did it. That is how I did it here. I wonder if that's an import thing with the playground. I would doubt it though, because there's similar tools like that for other languages, and you can import standard libraries pretty easily. I don't even know where I put the damn thing here, because let's see, I used it like that. Let's go and say the same thing. Then what do I do? This. Got it. Nope. Oh, yeah. Unused variable. Oh, okay. Now you want to know if I did that on purpose. Well, not really. All right, let me format a thing. So I'm kind of just seeing if I can scratch my way through this. Obviously, I know how the working code in front of me. All right, let's just go ahead and put that in there. That colon question mark. I don't even know what that's about. Hey, it's just nope. That's a bad habit. RNGs 1. Run it. Huh, interesting. Run it again. All right, and we get 3 different numbers each time. And we want to compare that to this one. All right, back to the playground. And we'll call this one RNGs 2. And we'll... Ooh, that IDE shortcut I'm used to worked. Nice. Slick, yep. And so this one gives you, it does it first, and then this one gives you 3 different numbers explicitly each time. And y'all, did y'all notice that was 666? All right, so that was interesting. First random number was 666. Well, it just had to be 6 once, but still. All right, good shit. And what did I do with this? And did I do initializing arrays in Python? Maybe not. Oh, I did that earlier example with named tuples. That's cool. I don't need to do that right now. Polymorphic constructor. Yeah, so it's weird because in Python you don't have hard typing and you can just pass it whatever. But to make it explicit, I did a set x self that takes new x, Boolean. Wait, how did I do this? There's the Scott Hall line. Hey yo, I can't print the new X. Else print. Everything is fine. Finally print. Back to our usually scheduled program. Run this shit. What was I doing? I'm just being a fuckface. What happens here? Made a new taxonomist. Int value 0. Class string C, int value 6 that, float value that. All right, so when you init, it prints, I made a new taxonomist with type and value, and then it just formats the type and the value. Right, and that demonstrates that in Python, you don't have to make a different type of constructor. That it just goes ahead, it just says, if you don't send me anything, I treat that like it's 0. Because that's kind of 0, none, Python are, so like, it's just like, boom, all right. String of C, I'm good with that. Int, I'm good with that. Float, I'm good with that. Boolean, I'm good with that. Then I say, then I can take one and then run the function on it. I have a function called setX. And then it does try, except, else, finally. It's just a structure you can do in programming. You can say, try this first, basically. And then so it tries this, tries setX. It says self.x is the new x. I made a new x. It's 35. All right, let's look in that try, except, else, finally. An exception is an event which occurs during the execution of the program, also known as a runtime error. When that occurs, Python generates an exception during the execution that can be handled, which avoids your program to interrupt. Exception handling with try, except, else, and finally. Try, this block will test the expected error to occur. Except, here you can handle the error. So it's try something that I expect to throw an error. Here's how you handle the error. Else is what you do if there is no error. Else is if there's no exception, then this block will be executed. Finally, block always gets executed. Either exception is generated or not. Syntax, try, some code, except, optional, block, except, handling of exception if required. Else, execute if there's no exception, and then finally, always executed. Let's try to understand how the try and except works. First, try clause is executed. That is the code between try and except clause. If there is no exception, then only the try clause will run. The except clause will not get executed. If any exception occurs, then the try clause will be skipped. That's how you avoid the interruption. And the except clause will be run. And that gives you, that throws the exception. If any exception occurs, but the except clause within the code doesn't handle it, it is passed on to the outer try statements. If the exception is left unhandled, then the execution stops. And then a try statement can have more than one except clause. Interesting. All right, so let us try to take user integer input and throw the exception in except block. Python code to illustrate working of try. Divide x by y. Try floor division gives only fractional part as answer. The result, x divided by y, print, yeah, your answer is blah, result. Except if there's a zero division error, because you're trying to divide by zero, print, sorry, you're dividing by zero. Look at the parameters and note the working of the program. All right, 3, 2 should be fine. Yeah, your answer is Blasi-Glavinoids. And divide, the other one should be like your divide by zero. So here, this says your answer is 1. This says you're dividing by 0. The else clause, the code enters the else block only if the try clause does not raise an exception. Example, The else block will execute only when no exception occurs. So you do result. Here you did try, and then you did the result in the print. Here, you did the try, you did it, and then you did the accept, and then if there's no exception, you want to say basically, if there's an exception, else, if there's an exception, raise the exception. If there isn't, do this. So you try that, that's where you actually do the division, and then otherwise you say, yeah, I did the division, and here's your answer. So you're breaking them up. So then you get the same thing. Yeah, your answer is dot. Sorry, you're dividing by 0. And then a finally keyword. Python provides a keyword finally, which is always executed after try and except blocks. The finally block always executes after normal termination of try block or after try block terminates due to some exception, right? Even if you return in the accept block, still the finally block will execute. Oh, even if you do want a return, explicit return in the accept block. Interesting. All right, let's try to throw the exception in accept block, and finally we'll execute either exception will generate or not. All right, all they did is print finally this is always executed, right? So then in both cases you get this is always executed. All right, that was easy enough. So go back to what we got going on here. Try to set X to new X. Try, I made a new X. If you can't, then say, hey, yo, I can't print the new X. It doesn't print that because there's no exception here. And then it does the else. It says everything is fine. Finally, back to our usually scheduled program. And then the getX just returns self double underscore X. All right, great. Cool. All right, now let's go into the next thing, which is we actually want to do the fully featured classes. It's like 226. Let's go ahead and open that. Cool. How do we implement this? Now we're getting the good stuff. Trust it. Do it in this window. All right. I want to see if I could set these methods to public but still access them from the main via calling them on an instance. Nope. Leave them public. I'll set them to private. This needs to be private. This is that note I found before on something else. I don't even think it should be on this file anyway. Public struct, public trait new. I don't know. I'm tempted to say I guess we don't need to get rid of it. We can leave it there, but I don't know what it's there for. I want to leave it in case it becomes instructive later. All right. I just want to assume I left it there for a reason. All right. So there's a new, gets year in, any clock long. If year in is an I-32, the right 32. All right. So now we get interesting because I think the typing becomes different here. If year in is I-32. All right, so I can say if year in is I-32, right? Then I go, if the year in less than or equal to 2019, do clock long year 2019, else clock long year in. That's all if it's an I-32. And then it doesn't, I guess it doesn't do anything. If it's not an I-32, this constructor will just fail. Rust, a type usually will provide a static new method for any kind of default constructor. Okay. Clock new 2030. Now there's only one type for this because it's that, okay, let me see then how I did. This is initialized. What is this one? Oh, this is initialized struct. Is that what this? No, this is fully featured classes. Okay, so let me go back to 25 maybe. New window. Not what I'm looking for. Access control, I think constructors. Do that. Trust. New window. Yeah, I think this needs to be like typed, and I didn't want to go through and make examples of all the different types, but I think you got to do a different method for each one, and it's just not Rusty. It's just like not what you would do. Which one was that? 22 constructors. Let's do this one. This window. All right, that's my timer. I'll take a break in a second. All right, let's do this one. Nope. Yeah, all right. So I don't think I did the thing with all the different types. That's fine. Constructor polymorphic. Maybe this is it. New, this window. What is that? Can I have a module? Yes, this looks like it. Okay, taxonomist. Go look. I have a struct taxonomist. Oh, I think it's T. Implement T on taxonomist T. And then X is T because it's a different type. Taxonomist T, where T is standard format display. Made a new taxonomist with type and value. Standard, any type name. And then X. Yeah, this is cool. Oh man, as a taxonomist is a struct, a T, and then enum is the option T, some and none. I don't know what I do with that option. Oh, there's an option, and it can be some type or it can be none. Interesting. All right. It's like my flags almost. Oh, this is cool. All right. I did a lot of digging to find that because that T thing, I'll show you guys that in a second. Yeah. With type, string, and value, nothing. Because it was actually an empty string. Character C, I32. Float 64. We can't do below when we're not in the same module as the struct. Let me taxonomist. Right. If we were in the module itself, we could just call taxonomist. But since we're not, we have to go taxonomist new. Just showing you that you can't. All right. So there's the float 64. Character G, character L. I32 0 again, and Boolean false. And then we're getting X. And X is just initialized to T. All right, so let's look this up. Generic data types. So here's the thing where they have to write two different largest functions. We use generics to create definitions for items like functions, signatures, or structs, which we can then use with many different concrete data types. Let's first look at how to define functions, structs, enums, and methods using generics. Then we'll discuss how generics affect code performance, which is not good. When defining a function that uses generics, we place the generics in the signature of the function where we would usually specify the data types, other parameters, and return value. Doing so makes our code more flexible and provides more functionality to callers of our function while preventing code duplication. So you just make two different largest functions here, and then when you call, you have to use largest I32 or largest character, and they're basically the same exact function, but they have a different type. Instead, you can just use T. Instead, you substitute T, you get one thing. And then you can do either. But the trade-off, I think, is that it's slower. Might be wondering whether there is a runtime cost when using generic type parameters. The good news is that using generic types won't make your program run any slower than it would with concrete types. Nice. Rust accomplishes this by performing monomorphization of the code using generics at compile time. Monomorphization is the process of turning generic code into specific code by filling in the concrete steps that are used when compiled. In this process, the compiler does the opposite of the steps we use to create the generic function. In listing 10.5, the compiler looks at all the places where the generic code is called and generates code for the concrete types the generic code is called with. Here we go. Let's take a look at how this works by using the standard libraries generic option T enum. Let integer equals sum 5, float equals sum 5.0. When Rust compiles this code, it performs monomorphization. During that process, the compiler reads the values that have been used in option T instances and identifies two kinds of option T. One is I-32, one is F-64. As such, it expands the generic definition of option T into two definitions specialized in the I-32 and F-64, thereby replacing the generic definition with the specific ones. The monomorphized version of the code looks similar to the following. Uses different names, but whatever. Got it. The generic option T is replaced with the specific definitions created by the compiler because Rust compiles generic code into code that specifies the type in each instance. We pay no runtime cost. When the code runs, it performs just as it would if we had duplicated the definition by hand. The process of monomorphization makes Rust generic extremely efficient at runtime. Oh, that's pretty cool. A little less explicit, though. Yeah, traits. All right, we'll get into this. We're going to actually get into the Rust book as well, but not the same way. We're going through this crash book, and then we'll fill in gaps with other books. I'll show you. All right, here we go. So, class enlisting. All right, cool. So we got our class going. Let's pull those up. All right, so we're good here. We're good here. Oh, is this the example I did for fully featured classes? Why did I do clock long? It's weird. Works though. Should have done taxonomist, I guess. But I'd done that here, I guess. Yes. And that's when I was really happy that I discovered T. Right, because otherwise it was up here with the constructor for each one. And all I had to do was do one for T. Although I did give it that option. I'm not sure why exactly I did that, but that's doesn't really matter right now. Oh, I think to make it possible to pass it with without the argument, with none. All right, let's just keep going. Boom. The taxonomist class has 4 constructors. If you supply no argument, yeah, I mean, really, that now you see the difference in the languages. So Python gives no fucks about types, right? Pays a cost in performance, but gives no fuck about types. Rust actually gives a fuck about types like C, but gives you an option to code as though it doesn't care about types, and then it will the compiler will manually expand it for you. C++, nope. You gotta pick every single type you want to have a constructor and give each a different constructor, but it will play smart and fast once you do that. All right. But yeah, life is generally nice with just one constructor. If you apply no argument, blah, 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 we get that. So listing 227 initializes several taxonomists using different syntax. Yeah, we made that already. We'll skip right through that. We'll keep going. Okay. We're going to get to this case, this number 8, taxonomist T8. And remember that one will fail. All right, so let's read that. If you squint a little bit, unfortunately, using parentheses, number 8, causes some surprising behavior. You get no output. All right. It looks kind of like this one. Maybe you confuse it with this one. Almost kind of like that. If you squint a little bit, it looks like a function declaration, but that's because it is. Because of some arcane language parsing rules, what you've declared to the compiler is that a yet-to-be-defined function, T8, takes no arguments and returns an object of type taxonomist. Ouch. So you basically said taxonomist is an undefined function. And since it isn't, you can't do that. So I have that example in there too, so you can't do that. We can just keep rolling. Function declarations on page 244 covers function declarations in more detail, but for now, just know that you can provide a function declaration that defines a function's modifiers, name, arguments, and return type, and then later provide the body and its definition. Yes, and I think you sometimes do those in the headers. All right, this widely known problem is called the most vexing parse, and it's a major reason why the C++ community added braced initialization syntax to the language. Narrowing conversions are another problem. All right, braced initialization will generate warnings whenever implicit narrowing conversions are encountered. This is a nice feature that can save you from nasty bugs. Consider the following example. There's a float called A, it's 1. There's another float called B, it's 2. There's an int, it's the narrowed result, A divided by B, potentially nasty narrowing conversion, and int result, A divided by B. Compiler generates warning. Dividing two float literals yields a float. When initializing narrowed result, the compiler silently narrows the result of A over B to 0.5 to 0 because you've used parentheses to initialize. When you use braced initializers, the compiler generates a warning. So there's a narrowing conversion, and it's not correct. Right, because 0.5 is not 0. So this is where they're going to get into, if you use the brackets, it's safer because it will generate the error. At this point, we don't really care. At the end of the day, whether or not we use brackets for initializers or not will completely come down to the style of the code base we're working with. So basically, however Cliff did it is what we'll end up doing. But when we write our own stuff, we'll use brackets when we can. All right. So let's keep going. Initializing class members. You can use braced initializers to initialize the members of classes as demonstrated here. There's a struct, Johann Vanderschmut, Boolean, gold equals true. Year of smelting accident 1970, and the character key location, what? X-rated, all right. You can use braced initializers to initialize the members of classes. Character key, okay. The gold members initialized using the equals initialization, year smelting using braced initialization, and key location using braces plus equals initialization. It's not possible to use parentheses to initialize member variables. Okay. Brace yourself. The options for initializing Objects bewilder even experienced C++ programmers. Here's a general rule to make initialization simple. Use braced initializers everywhere. Braced initializers work as intended almost everywhere, and they cause the fewest surprises. For this reason, braced initialization is also called uniform initialization. The remainder of this book will follow this guidance. You'll break the use braced initializers everywhere rule for certain classes in C++ standard library. Part 2 will make these exceptions to the rule very clear. All right. The destructor, getting rid of an object, ending its lifetime. An object's destructor is its cleanup function. The destructor is invoked before an object is destroyed. Destructors are almost never called explicitly. The compiler will ensure that each object's destructor is called as appropriate. You declare a class's destructor with the tilde, followed by the name of the class. The following Earth class has a destructor that prints make way for hyperspace bypass. Include standard library Earth, standard IO. There's a struct called Earth. It has a destructor, printf, make way for hyperspace bypass. So we're not going to worry too much about that. Defining a destructor is optional. If you do decide to implement a destructor, it must not take any arguments. Examples of actions you might want to take in a destructor include releasing file handles, flushing network sockets, and freeing dynamic objects. If you don't define a destructor, default destructor is automatically generated. The default destructor's behavior is to perform no action. You'll learn a whole lot more about destructors in tracing the object lifecycle on page 96. Summary, this chapter presented the foundation of C++, which is its type system. You first learned about fundamental types, the building blocks of all other types. Then you continued with user-defined types, including the enum class, POD classes, and fully featured C++ classes, which is the focus of what we're going to work with. You capped off your tour of classes with a discussion of constructors, initialization, syntax, and destructors. Command line notation. Create an enum class operation that has values add, subtract, multiply, and divide. You can create a struct calculator. Should have a single constructor that takes an operation. Create a method on calculator called int calculate. Should perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division based on its constructor argument and return the result. Experiment with different means of initializing calculator instances. I wonder if I did this. I'm not going to do it today, but I wonder if I did it. Sometimes I do those challenges. I find them really useful. But sometimes they're kind of time consuming, so might be a thing I could do tomorrow or something. Because my dad's coming to, let's see. Oh, I got some shared pointer and weak pointer stuff. Interesting. Example, struct calculator. There it is. All right, so we could look at what that looks like. You make a struct called calculator. It takes a string for the operation and then gives you a and then calculate, and then you have a calculate function, float A, float B. And then you run, and then you create an instance of calculator, giving it the string for operation. This is the actual calculator function. You give it the string, it titles it OP for operation. Operation equals OP. And then we have the actual calculate function, float A or B. If the operation is add, I have it print doing add on the numbers, returns A plus B, doing subtract, returns A minus B, else if, operation is divide, else if print, hey yo, I should probably do some other math. All right, so made a little calculator, had a little fun with that. Yeah, I think that was probably a good challenge, but I'm not going to redo all that work because I did it. All right, so let's see what we got going over here. Sample 2.3 calculator. Let's see what it looks like in Rust. All right, so got a calculator module. Take self in an operation. The operation is a string, so it's basically a new function, but it takes an argument called operation. That's a string. It returns self, an instance of self with with the operation. That's just a default constructor, right? But just includes the argument of the operation. Then there's a string, which is self.operation. I guess that's the clone method that I guess string has. But I guess I looked that up and figured that out. Remember, all right. Then I've got the calculate method, takes the numbers, if self.operation equals add, prints a little line, a little nice printer, and returns A plus B. Else if self.operation is subtract, prints line, does subtraction. Else if operations multiply, prints line, does the multiply. Else if self-operations divide, returns that. Else print lines, we need to do some different maths. And let's run it real quick. I just made let set C1 equal calculator, right? Because calculator is the struct. And then the new function with the string from add. And make a string from subtract, make a string from multiply, make a string from divide, make a string from RMS, which is just an example of root mean square. We don't have anything implemented from root mean square, so it should give us that. And we need to do some different maths. Print line, the test of calculation, C4, blah, 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 calculate, da-da-da. All right. Shift F10. Nope. Nope. Well, how do I think it is Shift F10. Nope, it's not. All right. Run. Oh, I'm not in the main fully. Oh, yeah, I am in the main. What's going on? Why don't you want to run code? Run. What's wrong with you? Continuing. What are you talking about? Oh, you're in some weird place? What's going on with you? I don't know what the hell's going on here. Yeah, like why? Edit. I don't know what's going on. All right, that's gotta get into some shit. Who gives a shit? Don't worry about it. The code's built. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, okay, we got this other one. Let's just make sure overall we're good. Yeah, I don't need to. I really don't need these programs. They're just examples, so not gonna worry about it. All right, what's the, what did I do? Did I do one in Python? We did do one in Python, look at that. All right, call code from modules directory. Oh, it looks like I didn't finish it, maybe. There's calculator. Oh, I see what I did. I actually went in on that. I like did a full example. So what I did here was I did calculator, example 2.3 calculator, and then I said call code from module and modules directory, because normally you would use a module, right? And this is like a user thing. I didn't have a use case for it. I didn't actually have any reason to do anything. So rather than build some weird code where you'd actually separate out, we'd have a main built all up here, I could have just copied it over and then just done the import. But instead, I just left it all in here. And then I left, there's an example of that convention where the if name equals main, run the main. So I just built the main into the module. That way this module contains the actual calculator code and has basically the like test built into it. All right, so we'll look at it. We use the data class. We're going to try to use data class when we can, right? That's part of the reason we picked on data class earlier, because we're going to be using that now that we know that that's like, you know, the benefits of it, and that's a good way to go about doing the things we like to do in Python. Gives us an init, gives us a repr, gives us some nice features. We make a class called calculator, give it an operation, which is a string, set it to an empty string. Then we define the calculate function, which takes self and also A and B. So when you make a calculator, you got to give it an A and B. And then if self.operation equals add, then print added A and B and got this. Return A plus B. Else if self.operation is subtract, print subtracted this from this, got this. Format, you know, B, A minus B. Now this one, the order obviously has to be changed when you do subtraction, so that you do B, A, and then A minus B, so that you subtracted B from A and got A minus B. All right, whatever, same deal. So then you do multiply, divide, same deal, just change the operation there and there. Else print, hey, yo, you need to do some different maths. And then calculator, add, subtract, multiply, and divide, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, and then call calculate on C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 using the same numbers. Print out the result of all those calculates. Shift Alt Enter. I don't know why pass is in there. Don't need to be there. All right, so there it is. Added, got 9, there's 9. Multiply, got 20, there's 20. Got 8, 0.8, there's 0.8. Ayo, you need to do some different maths, return none. All right, beautiful. Dunzo. All right, gang, my dad's going to come and play some cards with me about 7 o'clock. We are going to stream that in the future, so you can watch us play Pinochle. I think maybe we went live the last time, in the last week or at some point. But I'm kind of feeling like, yeah, I want to go prepare my dinner real quick, actually. So let me go do that real quick. And, yeah, come link up us and gather. Also, Thursday Night Football's on, so probably just going to relax and play cards. But I think probably either next week or so we'll start streaming when we come in and play cards. I want to, you know, get you guys into some of these hardcore Pinochle nights. So if not tonight, then probably next week. I like for my dad to have some time to get comfortable with all the new technology and stuff and not have to worry about being live. But come link up with us and gather. We'll be in the Pinochle Lounge. We're going to play some cards. I think he's got to go around 8:30 or so. So we'll probably watch the Thursday night football game. Then we'll watch our shows and our movies. We'll have some fun. So please do come link up with the gang. Yeah, we're going to watch football and gather. Yeah, that's the game plan. But yeah, come get with us over there. If you don't have the information, Discord. Hit us up in Discord, and we can get you set up and gather that way. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for rocking with me. You know, people have been here throughout a pretty solid work day. We did a late night stream last night. That was pretty cool. So yeah, appreciate everybody. We'll do some more of that. I'll see y'all later. If not, I'll definitely see you tomorrow. Appreciate everybody's love and support. Please don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share with your friends. Links are in the descriptions if you'd like to donate. Subscribe to all of my co-hosts and mods that their links are down there at the bottom of the description. Check out OG Roddy at itsairplanemode.com. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all.
Hey, man!
It makes so much sense.
This makes sense!
It's time to poof.
Zach? Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Thick game lay it down like Law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for love, stop wasting my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your Zach feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll.